Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Elden Ring. I really wanted to continue this. Obviously, I couldn't for 2 days, so I really want to get back into it. And I hope that we'll find some interesting stuff, right? So last time we got to Stormvale. You know what? Let's get out of the menu screen first. Yeah, last time we got to the end of Stormvale, and to what's his name, the last boss in there, the Gundrick. I always confuse him. Why is there one that's called? There are like two different names that sound very very similar, right? One is Godwin. That's some old dude we don't really know about that perished on the Night of the Black Knives. And then the actual boss in Stormvale is called not Godwin, even though I wrote that down at some point. Godric. I don't know what it is. Maybe I should watch that first cutscene back or something. Why is one called Godwin and the other Godric? That seems like a weird naming scheme. Unless they're actually for some reason talking about the same boss. Whatever. We got there, and his HP pool is definitely too much for me at this current moment. So yeah, I pretty much I think I could get him when I summon my jellyfish spirit and the summon that you get, like the warrior lady in front of the boss gate. I could probably get him if I learn his second phase a little better. But I don't really want to do that. I still feel like I kind of brute forced my way, honestly, through all of Stormvale. Which is a little bit weird because I have a +4 weapon. Although I did sort of, well, not necessarily on purpose, but these, the sword that I'm currently using, right? The Warhawk's Talon. I just wanted to use it, I just wanted to use it because it looks awesome, right? But it's pretty bad in terms of damage. And the problem is that for some reason I just haven't really found that much that can help me with damage. So I just felt like I was really underprepared for Stormvale. But then again, venturing out into the world, I wonder if I'm just not that good at the game. And that's, I ended my last stream with one of the boss fights from the Everjails. And I went in there and realized, oh, I'm actually doing a fair bit of damage to him, right? This should be a much easier fight, but it sort of wasn't until I figured out how he was supposed to be done. And I kind of called bullshit on that at the end of the last stream, because I didn't really like it, right? And I'm going back and forth on that. So while I was drinking my coffee this morning, I actually watched somebody fighting in Sekiro, right? And that made me realize I really love Sekiro's combat. I love the entire game so far. I mean, obviously, I don't want to really rate Elden Ring or Dark Souls 2 for that matter, because I haven't completed them, right? The FromSoft games that I've sort of completed, even though I probably should go back to them, do New Game Plus and all that kind of stuff. Are Bloodborne, Dark Souls 1, and Sekiro. And out of those, Sekiro is my favorite one, even though I do think Bloodborne does a couple of things better. But Sekiro is just very unique in terms of FromSoft games. So the thing is, I actually like a lot about Sekiro's combat and how it approaches its combat, and that it's much more of a rhythm game compared to Bloodborne, for example. Sure, you could definitely make an argument that in a couple of ways, Bloodborne's very much a rhythm game too, but I would sort of disagree on that because it's definitely a lot more reactionary in that way. Yes, you can, if you're really good, you can certainly bait out specific attacks from bosses. You can learn their patterns and react accordingly, or not even react, but there's definitely a couple of boss patterns as well in Bloodborne where you just know, oh, if he does this, he's going to follow up with that, right? And you can sort of react to that in a couple of ways. But especially the way in which you can use your gun to stagger your opponent, stuff like that, in my opinion, just makes it completely different to Sekiro, because you can't really do that in Sekiro. In Sekiro, you have to learn the specific attack patterns that the bosses throw at you, essentially get a rhythm in, right? Where you know, oh, he's doing this, so I'm going to press circle, circle, X, circle, L1, L1, and then I get an opening to attack, right? And with the fast pace that Sekiro has, you know, those can be really, really quick. And then you trade blows with your opponent. It's really fun. But it's a very specific type of combat, I felt like. And I'm by far no expert on it, right? I played through the game once, but I really, really like that. And there's probably, you know, if I would go back and try New Game Plus and all of those fun things, there are probably a couple of other interesting bits and pieces here and there where I would learn new things, new ideas, new ways to approach certain situations, right? And I definitely want to do that at some point because I want to know whether or not I can get better, whether or not there might be things that I've missed or ways in which I could approach the game differently. Because it definitely took me some time. I think if you count the mini bosses too, it certainly took me, I think, until boss number, I don't know, 8 or something, until I actually even sort of figured out the base way of dealing with them. This rhythm type thing, right? Before I was very much playing it like Bloodborne, essentially, which just doesn't really work in a lot of ways. Having said that, I feel like, at least as of now, or at least when I look back at the boss in the Ever Jail that I was fighting at the end of the last stream, it very much looked to me that they, in a way, seem to combine Bloodborne, Sekiro, Dark Souls combat in this game in a fairly unique way. And I don't know, right? Having the time to think about that for a little bit made me realize that maybe if they've done it right, this could be very cool. The reason why I wasn't a big fan of the boss in the Ever Jail is because it felt a bit too cheap, right? Once I figured out how it worked, there wasn't really much else to it, right? Where in Sekiro, I felt like it's a really, really fast-paced rhythm game. In this case, here in Elden Ring, while it was fast-paced in a way, the fact that you had to roll, that's just very slow, right? That's a lot slower than most of the actions that you take in Sekiro, for example. Or in Bloodborne, for that matter. I don't know if you can approach him differently here, though, in Elden Ring. Maybe rolling wasn't even the right thing to do. I mean, it worked out for me. In that way, it was the right thing, because it solved my problem, essentially. It made me able to resist or evade its attacks and then push back. I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see how this works out. I have a feeling if I try to sort of incorporate a couple of the lessons that I learned in Sekiro more into my gameplay here, then I'm gonna have a better time. it remains to be seen whether or not that at the end of the day really turns into fun gameplay, though. Because again, the problem that I had with the boss in the Everjail isn't that he does that. It's that it literally pretty much solved the entire fight with just one specific pattern, right? Because it felt like once you figured out, oh, if I just preemptively roll, I'll bait out the same attack from him every time, right? Which, I don't know, that felt weird. Maybe I got a bit lucky on that. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's an optional boss. It's just sort of, I don't know what you would even call these bosses in the Everjails. You know, the actual boss fights, quote unquote, will maybe have a bit more to them. We'll see. We'll see. I guess let's just get back into it and see what the game still offers to us. I am, for the amount of time, I know that I'm slow in playing these games. I know that, right? I mean, we're 40 hours in. With 40 hours, I'd imagine a lot of other people are probably doing way more than I am, but I really like the slow-paced style of going through these games. That being said, I have a feeling, I don't know, either I made things, way harder for myself because I chose certain weapons, or I don't know what it is, but I feel very, very weak in a lot of ways. And I wish I had a more effective attack, honestly. Maybe I should switch up my style. I mean, when I actually beat the boss in the Everjail, I think I was two-handing my weapon, right? Wasn't I? Because now I got this black magic attack stuff. How can you actually, I guess, that's a bit weird, right? That you can't, select and hover over the magic that you've selected. But as you can see, I have that black sword thing, right? And that's what I did last time. I increased my faith to 17, and now I'm able to use this black flame magic, I think it's called. The issue with that is, I think it doesn't last that long. It's really, really short. So I haven't tested it. I wonder how much damage it's doing. And the problem is I need to have the charm, or what are they called exactly? This thing, the seal, right? I have to have the seal in my other hand. So either I need to swap off from the shield, or I need to... Yeah, I really don't know. I want to use the black flame stuff, but having to have the seal in the hand. Also, with the other, are they called miracles? Why am I forgetting the name? We have sorceries and we have incantations. That's what they're called. Yeah. I also want to use this at some point. The problem is I haven't found the staff, or whatever you use in order to actually use sorceries. Yeah, from the incantations. This is what I have now. The Black Flame Blade. Looks really cool. The problem that I had as well, just in general, is that if the game's certainly fast-paced in a lot of ways, or the enemies can be pretty relentless in their attacks. And these things feel pretty slow. So either I'm not doing a good job of sort of creating distance from me and the enemies, or I'm missing something else. Either way, it's definitely hard to use this during an actual fight, I felt like. The same goes for these as well, where I felt it was kind of hard to find an opening for these. I mean, it might be different with these skills, right, where you can potentially stagger opponents. Maybe I should try that a little bit more. But I kind of wanted to use the magic stuff but wasn't really able to, because, with this one, it's supposed to, like, pull the opponents in, but it's not staggering them, at least not the enemies where it tested it on. So all that really happened was I essentially created a giant opening for my opponents to strike, which was not that great. And then with this one, also same thing. It looks absolutely awesome. It obviously deals damage when you hit your opponent, but it takes way too long to go off. So when I was trying it against the knight enemies in Stormveil, all that really happened was I started to channel it and they hit me. And then, well, I died because they're really strong. I don't know. Obviously it depends. It depends on who you're fighting. So maybe something like the Storm Stomp against the knights would actually be better, or Stormcaller, whatever. I don't really know. This is definitely still something that I just need to figure out how it works, potentially. And yeah, also, I feel like this thing looks so awesome, right? It's very lightweight, but at the same time, I feel like I'm almost crippling myself with it, because it's just not really dealing that much damage. I mean, if you look at it, it's +4, right? It does 148. This one +2 already does 149. And I'd imagine that... Wait. 4.0? No, this is actually the strongest one, I think. Yeah, so the weird part is, right? This is lighter. And you would think that gives you a slight edge, but it doesn't really. It's, at least, I feel like it's more or less the exact same as this one. It comes with another skill, but considering that you can freely swap out skills, the fact that it comes with the spinning slash doesn't really do much, I think. So it feels like it's just straight up worse than this one. I just wanted to use, obviously if you want to, but that's also the thing. The fact that it's a bit more lightweight isn't really that big of an advantage, especially considering that you could potentially just unequip the torch. I just have it equipped because I don't really want to go into the menu and equip it and unequip it the entire time, right, and switch back and forth, because that feels annoying to do. But if it really comes down to it, especially if you're fighting like a stronger enemy or a boss where you specifically prepare for the fight anyway, you just unequip this, right? And then you can just use the stronger sword, I guess? So I really wish there was more of an advantage to using that lightweight sword. Maybe it's better using it if I would actually go for light load, but I can't do that right now. Especially not with like this equipped as well. And this is probably one of the coolest weapons that I've found so far. So I do want to use it, and ranged combat can be quite effective. Even though it does sometimes feel like you're a bit, cheesing. I don't really want to use the word cheese, because it's not really, right? This is part of the game. This is a weapon that's part of the game. I like the term brute forcing a bit more, because, yeah, it's not really cheesing, right? You're not exploiting something in the game's design, although it sometimes does feel like that a little bit. One thing that I was, for example, really confused about is when I killed the grafted spider thing in the kitchen in Stormveil. Because I thought, they purposefully, well, I don't know if it's on purpose, but they show you that thing from above, right? And there's literally... you can attack it from above, right? So, the way the room's designed actually makes you think that that's what they want you to do, that they're specifically giving you, a strategy to have the upper hand, right, in combat against that spider thing. And I was really confused to discover that it actually doesn't do anything at all. It does nothing. When you attack it from above, it just walks awkwardly to the side and looks at you, and sometimes even fades out and gets reset, almost as if the AI suddenly loses sort of its path. I don't think that's actually supposed to happen. So I'm really confused as to why they didn't give it like at least some sort of basic ranged attack. It's also weird because the first time I saw, like in the very first dungeon where the tutorial boss is, where the tutorial boss is, when you activate the statue, right, and go through that whole thing, there is one of these grafted spiders sitting on the ceiling. So clearly they can climb or whatever. So why is the thing in the kitchen then not trying to climb up to you? I don't know. I felt like that was a weird design, right? And especially considering that the game has quite a lot of ranged weapons, and not even only weapons, but also these magic stones that I found. And if you can use magic, potentially that as well, right? So it's kind of weird that they let you use that without designing those enemies specifically to counter it as well. That's just strange, because that behavior doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, right? You would think that an enemy that doesn't have the ability to shoot back at range would do something against it, right? I mean, at least the knights, for example, even though the AI also sort of bugged out there, I felt like a couple of times, but when I was trying to pull the knights, those two knights that are opposite each other, when I was trying to pull them towards the entrance gate area where I could use the spirit summon, they at least, when I shot them from a distance, right, they didn't react to like the first shot. Sometimes they didn't even react to like 3 shots or something. But after that, they turned around and held up their shield to shield themselves against the ranged attack, which makes sense, right? I wonder why the grafted spider didn't do that. I don't know, because that's where I'm struggling with the terms, right? Is it cheesing? Is it brute forcing? Do they want you to do that or not? It is quite a puzzling design, especially when you start as a sorcerer, I'd imagine. That's essentially what you want to do, right? I mean, there are literally sort of ranged classes in this game from the very beginning. So, yeah, I don't know, that's weird. Also, most enemies are designed to deal with ranged attacks, right? I mean, I'm, thinking back when I was caught in that trap that transported me to a completely different section of the world in this crystal mine, and those weird centipede-looking things, or not centipede, they look like a cross between a centipede and a grasshopper or something, and they had those, like, weird bullets, or I don't even know what that was that they shot at me, but those were crazy. Not only the tracking that they had, but also the damage that they dealt. Those things were crazy, right? So clearly those enemies were designed with ranged combat in mind, right? And making it really, really hard for you to pick them off one by one from a distance. And compare that then to the grafted spider, especially considering that seemed to be sort of the only enemy that had trouble with dealing with the ranged combat. Although that's also because of the environment that it's placed in, right? Whereas most of the other really tough enemies are placed in an environment where even if you try ranged combat, they can sort of fairly easily approach you and try to, well, just straight up kill you in, melee combat. Yeah, I don't know. Let's actually get back into it, though. Enough analyzing and what's the word? What's the word when you speculate about certain design aspects? Whatever. At certain points, I would really, really sort of like to have, I don't know, a FromSoft employee next to me to tell me, hey, you know, this is how we thought this would go, or this is why we designed it this way, or whatever, right? That's, I just, I really would like to know about these things and know why certain things are the way they are, right? Because that is one tough thing to figure out with FromSoft games. With a lot of other games, it's easier, right? Where you can, with other games, it's mostly clear to see when something's just straight up buggy or they just didn't account for a specific situation. That's something that happens in big open world RPGs quite a lot, because you know you just can't, you know, that's just something that you sort of have to expect, right? There's always going to be like a weird situation where maybe you're standing at a point that they didn't really account for you being in, and then something awkward happens with the enemy AI or something, right? In these big open world RPGs, that's always a possibility, right? But here, and this is not only Elden Ring, it has nothing to do with the fact that it's an open world game now, or something like that. Because that happens in other FromSoft games as well, where sometimes I was just really confused as to why they would design a certain encounter in a certain way. Because it felt like it was, you know, just struggling, or the AI was struggling, or the environment was designed in a way where it just felt like it didn't really work out that well. I don't know. It's quite a lot of, and it's, you know, the way I'm talking about it makes it seem like it's happening all the time. It's actually not. But I think that's why you sort of focus on it so much, because a lot of the FromSoft games are really, really so tightly designed, right? A lot of it and a lot of what they do just feels like they have such a meticulous approach to combat and a meticulous approach to level design, item placement even, right? A lot of these things seem so, you know, really perfectly crafted and look like they really thought about it. Like, I mean, there's a couple of item locations, you know, I remember in Bloodborne, for example, where they're so perfectly placed. They not only lead you in from a distance, but even when you're getting close, they also, you know, it's as if the person who placed that item, they just didn't place it there to say, oh, you know, if the player sees it, they want to go there, and then they're in like a sticky situation where they discover like an optional path or something. It's literally, sometimes it feels like a couple of the item placements in Bloodborne, they are so meticulous that there's literally like 4 or 5 different angles from completely different points of the level where you can see that item in a very specific way. And depending on which of these locations you're in, it can do all kinds of different things, right? From sort of your quote-unquote standard location, or when you first approach that specific item, it might look like it's just an alleyway with a dead end. From another perspective, you might realize, oh wait, there's actually like another level behind it, right? From another angle, you might not see the other level or the additional sort of level, whatever, but you might see an optional, or not optional, but you might see an enemy that's trying to ambush you, right? And that happens not with one item through a level, but with multiples in a lot of different ways, to where it feels like everything has been so meticulously placed. And then sometimes there's just something really baffling, where you really, like, where you're suddenly really confused. Wait, what? Why was this done? Right? Why was this a thing? And I honestly don't know. I mean, obviously, nobody's perfect, right? So by that sort of guess, obviously FromSoft makes mistakes as well, and they, you know, they might forget something, or, you know, I'd imagine that they also obviously have time restraints when they're designing these games, right? Making it so that potentially there's just a couple of things sort of that are left over that were maybe planned as a certain level at some point, but then ultimately ended up being only sort of a dead alleyway or something? Are these things bigger? They look different from the things that we found back over there somewhere in the swamp. Not really swamp, but there was like a small pond or something. Wait, wasn't there another gravestone? Oh yeah, there was one. Ew, that's a weird drop. Can I make that? I can. Whoa! What's... Holy shit! Is that supposed to happen? See? Again, something that felt... I don't think that's actually supposed to happen. That he moves so frantically to the left and right. I mean, obviously they have frantic movement, but not like that. Oh well. Wait, what? Oh, that was its health bar. Okay, let's actually go here. This looks quite awesome, to be honest. Oh, I can spirit summon. I should probably do that, to be honest. Let's see. What would be the best way to approach this? Also, I wonder if I should use this. I feel like Fia, might be... Maybe there is something that you can start with her, some kind of quest line or something when you use this? I'm thinking back to the to the prostitute in Bloodborne, right? I think you have to use her blood at least once to start the whole thing that's ultimately leading you to one of the umbilical cords. So using this at some point might be beneficial to me. Okay, yeah. I feel like the soldiers are probably the best bet in this case. Although I'm fighting normal soldiers, so with those, maybe the wolves are actually the better one. It's quite hard to tell from time to time, because sometimes the spirits are really struggling. Which is why, for example, both the wolves and the Godric soldiers aren't really beneficial in the Godric fight. Because he has a lot of AoE stuff that just immediately kills everything that's in melee range. Which is why I used the jellyfish. That was actually quite good, in a way. I felt like it was dealing quite... Well, not a lot, but certainly, important additional damage, I guess. Not enough, though, for me at this point, anyway. Yeah, let's go with the wolves at this point. Let's go with the wolves, and... I guess I need to figure out something with whatever's in the back there. Because that feels like... It might just straight up kill us. Probably want to approach this without being seen by that. This is sort of the only... I wonder if there's another way to sort of loop around or something. But I wouldn't know how. Maybe there is some type of... But, I mean, I think I've pretty much been everywhere here. So... I don't think there is a way to cross this river. Other than the bridge. I mean, there might be over here, maybe. No, wait, this is the ocean. There isn't. I don't think there is anyway. Oh well, let's just start this. It's gonna work out. I mean, these are just normal enemies as far as I can tell, so... Let's just start this whole thing off. Hey! Well, yeah, that's hitting for quite a lot, I feel like. Bridge of Sacrifice. Oh, that's an interesting name. Oh. Well, this is gonna be difficult. Okay. Oh, wait, I thought you were dead. Oh yeah, I think the wolves were a good idea for this. Soldiers can't really deal with that. One thing that I'm a bit disappointed by is that you can't enter these towers. I mean, first of all, logically it doesn't make sense, right? They literally don't have a door. Like, what's their purpose, right? They have windows, they have like a bridge up there, but there's no way to enter them. Unless I missed it somewhere? I don't think they have a door. No, they don't. It's a bit unfortunate. I mean, I realize why they wouldn't let you enter them, and maybe they felt like placing a door here, you know, would be even more awkward than it already is, but it's honestly... Yeah... I don't know, when you're designing an open world game, wouldn't you want this to be accessible? I mean, it's not like there are too many structures in this game at all. I mean, this is basically the second structure. And it's even weirder considering that the gate thing that leads up to Stormvale is accessible, like a little bit, right? You can go up there where the other Everjail is, and from there, go into the gate bridge thing. But that's only like one layer. You can't actually go to the top layer. There is no way to access that. So, I don't know, kind of weird decisions that they made there with that. I feel like... 1 second, I need to check something. Oh, should probably... real quick. Just want to make sure that everything's alright in terms of... Just want to make sure. Oh yeah, okay, audio levels are alright. Just a bit paranoid about that. Since I, at some point, started a Dark Souls 2 stream without realizing that my audio wasn't turned on. Oh well, that was when I first streamed from the PlayStation 5 though, so... Well, now I wonder, why is this bridge called Bridge of Sacrifice, though? I mean, that has to do something... Oh, 3. Nice. I wonder if that has something to do with... Well, I mean... Also, who did they kill here? Aren't those, like, the normal soldiers? Why would they kill them? Maybe those are deserters or something? Or did Godric's soldiers take over the bridge? Isn't that... And those are the same colors. No, it's all Godric's crests. Weird name for a bridge, isn't it? Bridge of Sacrifice? Could be like a historical reference that they maybe did... Maybe they conquered this at some point, and so they called it that because they had to make a lot of sacrifices to get here or something. Why can't you use these things? I feel like that would be a lot of fun. I'm just confused because in Bloodborne as well. In Bloodborne, there's one in the forest bit, right, where a cannon is also shooting at you. And you can actually use that cannon. I mean, it's, you know, once you reach it, the enemies are already dead for the most part, so there isn't really any point to it. And also, I think you can't aim it or something. But I wish you could use these things. How did they construct this anyway? It has wheels, but somehow they got it on top of this thing. So at some point, I guess they had some sort of ramp to get it up there. Hey, a stone sword key. I did not expect that. Do I have a place where I can use that? Oh, yeah, I do. In the round table hold. There's still that one room that we haven't been in. Although I think that needs 2 of them. I only have 1. Oh well. We'll get another one at some point, I feel like. Ah, and there is a side of grace here. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I mean, the thing is, they wouldn't even have to do much, right? Just place a staircase in the towers, a couple of objects, and maybe one item on the bridge or something, and one enemy. I mean, they do have, you see that? There's an actual door up there, and there just isn't one down here. It's a bit awkward. Certainly. There are dead soldiers here, and who is that? It's also, I mean, I guess they thought Weeping Peninsula. Oh, I have to write that down. What is that name? Weeping Peninsula. Connected by the Bridge of Sacrifice. What a weird thing. I mean, we can rest here. It doesn't really matter all that much. How many? Oh, cute. I also need more golden seeds. I haven't found one of these. Whatever you need. What was it? Sacred Tear. Also, I just completely forgot that I had the black flame thing. I should probably use that more. Let's see. We might be able to get up here on our horse. Also, for the first time, I think we'll be approaching one of these bigger trees. I wonder if there's some significance to them as well. And I'm still wondering why there is like a second golden grace. What was it called? Guidance thing here? Because that's why at first I didn't really want to go here, because it felt like this was sort of leading me towards the second boss, right? And I thought, well, this is clearly the first one. Or rather here, right? Or the first area that you're supposed to be in. But I feel like it really wasn't. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty confident in saying that. Because, yeah, as I said, I sort of brute forced my way through Margit. And then the whole castle just seemed like it was kicking my ass way too much. I mean, there is a lot of normal enemies there as well. You certainly can get through it. But every time there was a tougher enemy, I either had to like bait them in a really awkward way or whatever, right? Fighting them just by yourself is possible, but the amount of HP that a lot of enemies have in the castle just really made it feel like I was underprepared. I wouldn't say underleveled. I think underprepared is the better word, because the level doesn't matter so much, right? It matters like how much you've upgraded your weapon, what kind of weapon you use, what kind of additional, I guess, abilities you possess, right? But yeah, I think we'll be back to the castle at some point. I'm just wondering whether or not this will be even tougher or if it will be easier, because both, well, like theoretically, it would be weird if this section would be easier, right? I feel like this is sort of the second place you would potentially like to go. But then again, this Everjail was definitely easier than this one. Judging by boss's HP anyway. So, I wonder what that's about. But anyway, let's continue here. Let's continue on the main path for now. That's a pretty steep cliff. That's clearly a lady, I think. I wonder what's the main... What is this about? Why are there dead soldiers floating above the ground? I mean, obviously they're not meant to be floating, but why are they here? Why are they dead? And who are you? Wait, you have your eyes covered? Yeah.
Hello? Is somebody there? Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina.
Irina.
I've escaped from Castle Morn to the south. The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. He says it's his duty. As commander.
Okay, so she's the daughter of the commander. What did she say? The servants rebelled? Okay. Interesting.
I fear for father's life. The servants are full wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father at the castle? My sole wish is that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe.
I mean, I can do that. I'm just not really sure whether or not I will be capable to, I guess, protect him, should it come to that.
Thank you.
Let's do that.
Dearly. Then please, take this.
Irina's letter. Okay.
Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please.
Well, that's certainly an interesting quest, piece of information, whatever. So, shouldn't the soldiers at the bridge be turned around the other way then? Because I wonder why they're dead here, right? If the servants might have, I guess, followed them up until this point. I mean, then again, these are Godric soldiers, so maybe they're not really connected to this Castle Morn.
Please, if you wouldn't mind, deliver the letter to my father at the castle. He can be stubborn, but I'm sure he'll come around. Please. You can be stubborn.
Are you safe here, lady, if you can't even see? I guess I'll just take the main road for now. But yeah, I mean, doesn't this look like the servants might have followed the soldiers and killed them? I mean, wouldn't this be like your first assumption? And wouldn't the soldiers then try to protect the bridge, essentially to keep the servants here on the peninsula? I mean, well, the way the soldiers were placed on the bridge could have been before the rebellion happened. But considering that there are dead soldiers all over this place, feels weird that the ones on the bridge are still alive, I guess? I mean, maybe I'm misinterpreting it, right? Maybe the dead soldiers here are a sign of something else that took place here? Doesn't necessarily have to be connected to the rebellion here. Behold behind Earth Tree, O Earth Tree. Yeah, cool. I mean, yeah, it does look very cool, but it's there all the time, essentially. Oh, great, another one of those giants. And a lot of dead soldiers. But then also a couple of alive ones. Huh? That's certainly an interesting thing. That's the castle in the background, right? Ooh, seeing the spirit... Ah, no, never mind. We can summon. Probably want to stay with the wolves, to be honest. I feel like they might be a good way to deal with this whole thing. So that's one of these giant carriages that the giants are pulling, and apparently it got destroyed here as well. But then in this case, the people that are still alive are also soldiers. So I guess the soldiers had to fight somebody? I'm trying to make sense of this whole situation, and it doesn't really... doesn't really tell you much, right? Who's this guy? Ah, that's one of the noble ones. So, scholarly ones. They were probably meant to protect him. A lot of dogs seem to have survived. Yeah, I don't know. This certainly an interesting situation, I would say. And let's just try and deal with everything here. I hear one. Oh, yeah. What the fuck is that? Well, I think we found whatever killed these soldiers. Hey, you missed that giant and the other dude sitting over there. Can you please, like, go there and help me? I wonder if you pull them over there, you think they'll fight each other? What are these things? They look weird. Do I just want to try and pull one of them? And they look a bit human, but they have like wings and a tail. Oh, and they're not as strong as I thought they would be. They look like they're, they look a bit similar to the apes, just different, because they have wings. I wonder if they're, Are they just some... Is that what happened here? Is it literally just... that the soldiers tried to escape the castle and they were attacked by these beastmen? Maybe there really isn't more to it, huh? It's just, I don't want them getting in the way of me fighting the giant. Whoa, that's a pretty long wind-up. I mean, they're really, really easy to fight. But, is that the last one? I mean, clearly they're the reason why the soldiers are dead, right? They have a reptile tail, it feels like. Seem like a very weird cross between, yeah, some sort of flying reptile and the apes that we saw at the coast. What a weird thing. Smithing stone. Golden rune. I missed something over here as well. Oh yeah, and this also has an item. A Morning Star! Hello! That's what I'm using in Dark Souls 2. So I'm not gonna use it here. I wonder though, what's its strength? So in this case it only requires 12 strength, 8 dex, causes blood loss buildup, yeah. 118 plus 18 seems fairly strong, but then again it also weighs more than my sword, obviously. I mean, it certainly might be a bit of a slower weapon compared to swords. I'm just... sometimes I think that, you know, stronger weapons always sort of seem like the better choice compared to faster ones. Usually, anyway. Oh, fuck. Can you stop stun-locking me? That wasn't how I planned this to go. I hate it when they, like, attack at an awkward angle. I lost way too much health with these guys. That was 2 flasks. That was completely unnecessary. The giant just wasn't interested in that at all. Strip of white flesh. What's the deal with him? They're with the soldiers normally, right? Why is he like... You would think that he'd make easy, or that it would be pretty easy to deal with these beastmen for him. But apparently he wasn't really able to protect this carriage at all. What is the best way to approach them anyway? Oh, yeah. You know what? I mean, attacking with that certainly does somewhat give you... Oh, I'm out of FP already. Oops. Hey, I hate that the storms are so quick. Ooh, that was a bit too close almost. God, I really hate the timing of the storms. Also, his HP pool is still insane. Ah, fuck. That was an awkward roll. Oopsie. Uh-oh. I hate the tracking on that. That is so... Because you don't expect it, right? I mean, now I know that they do that, but... That was... I got hit by that. By the giant that sits in front of the boss room, in front of Godric's boss room in Stormvale. Because, I mean, it's fine that they track you with that attack, right? It does make sense. They're lifting up their giant sword, right? They're two-handing it. They're sort of trying to hit you. They're winding up their attack. They're turning, and then, you know, they're hitting you, or they're trying to hit you. But, unlike the last couple frames of that attack, they turn way quicker than at the beginning, right? So they, like, if you walk around them while they're winding up their attack, they still turn, right? You can see that they turn. But their turn speed is fairly slow, right? And you think to yourself, oh, cool, I'll just bait out his attack, I'll wait for him to attack, and then I can, you know, while he's on the ground, he can't really move that much, you can get in a couple of hits. Well, as an idea, that sounds great. But the problem is, as soon as he actually starts moving his sword, he turns way quicker than before, right? And can catch you off guard if you're not prepared for that. So you always, even though it looks like you can easily get behind them, you always have to dodge roll out of it. I don't know if that's really the best design for that attack. I mean, they're not the toughest enemy at all, although I feel like their HP pool is just a bit too much, right? Makes the fight drag a little bit. The Black Flame stuff seemed pretty great. I'm just wondering, I mean, there has to be a way to extend the duration of that, right? Because that's... I don't know. I mean, it dealt more damage, but not enough to really warrant using it? I really don't know what to make of that, to be honest. Like, why... Wait, are you like a different enemy? Oh no, you're not. He's just... Looked for a second as if he was wearing something different, but I think that was just the angle. But yeah, because of the insane tracking that the giant has, and once again, his HP pool, I just feel like, I mean, it's, at this point, these giants are really just normal enemies in this game, right? In this open world. I mean, certainly they're a tougher one than the normal soldiers and stuff, right? But I feel like they should have, I mean, not much, but they should have about like 20, maybe 25% less health, just to make the fight drag less. But then again, yeah, they might also be, that's the thing that I had trouble sort of figuring out, is did they design this purposefully to use the spirits? But then it feels awkward that you're essentially able to pull most of these enemies one by one? Just can't quite figure it out. Did they design these encounters with the spirits in mind? Do they want you to summon them? Or, like, are the spirits specifically here so that you can fight the giant on more equal terms? I really have trouble figuring out what the design philosophy here is behind all of that. And I still have trouble finding out what these ruin fragments are about. I mean, that thing hopefully isn't going anywhere, so let's take a look at these things first. This looks like there might be something up here. I mean, yes, rune fragments are fairly common, but then at the same time they're connected to these old ruins, and they seem kind of special, so I don't really know what to make of that. Oh, is this supposed to be a way to approach that thing without it running away? Also, what is this? Arteria leaf. Oh, cool. I mean, it might be. Doesn't necessarily look like there's anything else here that might fall into your back or something. Also, shouldn't there be one of these map points here somewhere? Oh, do you think that's one of the map points? I mean, it's practically the only thing that actually appears on your map, so... Because there's another one here as well. I was wondering about whether or not this had some significance. These could literally be the map points to uncover the map. That would be cool if they are, because that gives you an actual direction, right, to follow. It's kind of cool. And then the path, like there is another path here as well. I'm wondering, should I go to the castle first? Should I check out the rest of the island first? I mean, this castle is certainly... I mean, at least I think it's going to be smaller than Stormville. I would be very surprised if it was equally large. That's quite... I mean, we can... At least we can force it to go the other way, right? Not to suddenly be ambushed by other enemies. I just wish that they would... not run away so awkwardly. Ash of War, Mighty Shot. Ooh, that sounds... Is that like a ranged thing? That would be awesome. Let's see. Usable on light bows and longbows. Wow, cool. Mighty Shot. This Ash of War grants no affinity to an armament, but imparts the following skill. Mighty Shot. Archery skill performed from an oblique stance. Ready the bow, then pull the bowstring to its limit to enhance the power of the shot, penetrating the enemy's guard. Oh, that sounds awesome. So that's essentially just, if you get off like a first shot, you can make it really strong. That sounds pretty cool. Certainly a bit more usable than all of the other things that I found so far. And that is definitely cool that they also have these, like Ashes of War for other things and not just swords and stuff. This seems to be almost like right in front of the... Who the fuck are you? That looks like somebody that might belong to the Tree Sentinels or something. You, I don't really want to fight you. At least not right now, without FP and stuff. Wait, is that supposed to be the castle even? Maybe that's just like a post on the outside of it? I mean, looking at this area, this certainly seems to be an optional boss of sorts. Which makes me wonder if there might be another Site of Grace nearby. There are a couple of dogs here. I mean, that's the other path here. I do kind of want to uncover the map first. I mean, I can just sneak by it and come back later. It's not necessarily the problem here. Oh, can I? What's that over there? Well, that's just a campfire of sorts. Also, that looks really cool. Oh, I can jump up there. So many things to look at. I just want... The problem is with this Site of Grace, you would have to go through this whole section all the time. So I kind of hope there's going to be... Let's just try and sneak by this thing. I don't think... Oh, never mind. There's the... Whoopsie. That's what I was looking for. Well. Also, awkward boss fight with horse controls coming up, I guess. I mean, well, I fought the tree sentinel, right? So I feel like I should have a better grasp of how the horse controls work at this point. Yeah, I'm not entirely I'm not entirely sure if I'm ready though. He looks awesome though. I wonder why his horse is covered up like that. He almost looks like yeah, some sort of decrepit tree sentinel. Also, oh yeah, that's the castle in the background, right? So these are just sort of defensive structures here. Although, well, that wall certainly has been destroyed. I wonder if that was an inside job. Why would it be, though? I mean, even if the servants rebel against their lords, that doesn't really necessarily mean that they would destroy a gate like this. I mean, there's no reason for them to do that, right? Considering that they... Wow, that's a merchant! Cool. Another merchant. Well, maybe that will be something to spend my runes on then. But yeah, I mean, if the servants rebel against their lords, and it doesn't really make sense for them to destroy the castle, at least not its sort of outer defenses, right? Because the servants, at the end of the day, even if they win against their lords, they still want to live in a castle that's actually protected. I mean, this could have been destroyed before. We don't know, right? I mean, with the Beastmen back there, clearly a lot more has taken place here, other than the rebellion. Hmm. 2,000? Yeah, that's not enough. Also, now I'm wondering if I really should focus more on faith. I mean, I could. I still have... What was it? Oh, I can buy the other incantation that actually summons black flames. But that requires 20 faith to use. And then also I have... Where is it? Wait, where do they... Here. I have this one, the Godslayer seal. It boosts Godslayer incantations, which I think does refer to the Black Flame stuff. Obviously hard to tell by how much. And it requires 20. That's always... I'm really struggling with items like these, right? Because 27 faith. I mean, imagine if at this point I would just completely only put points into faith, right? That would mean that I'm not increasing my HP, I'm not increasing my stamina, I'm not increasing my attack values, essentially, just on the off chance that this might actually be a good boost. Because the weird thing is, right, if you look at the incantation scaling, this has got 115, this has got 60. So the base value, at least if we can trust the menu, and we can, it's just, there's some kind of awkwardness as we learned, right? I was testing out a bunch of things in terms of weapon damage and stuff, and I learned a couple of interesting things there as well, where sort of the base value seems to be what's most important. Or rather, you know, you need to get above a certain threshold, and from then on is what actually matters, right? So the more base attack power something has, the better it is. I mean, obviously that's true, but You know, the sort of difference there is much bigger than you would think it is. And with this, I'm really not sure if the base incantation scaling is almost half of the other one, right? And the actual scaling is the same, right? So both have C. This would have to boost the Black Flame incantations by probably 200% in order to even be usable, or to make a tangible difference, I guess. And then to think that, because I think these boost Godslayer incantations effect, I don't think that it's 500% or something. That would be awesome, but I don't think that's what it is. And I'm just struggling with the concept of putting 10 whole levels into Faith just to use this, to then find out that the boost Godslayer incantation stuff is just 150% or something, right? Yeah, so I'm always really on the fence about these kinds of things. That being said, though, I think I do want to get to 20 Faith to be able to use the other Black Flame incantation, because that seemed better than putting Black Flames on your weapon. Hello. Wait, you're wearing gray as well? Why is one of your friends wearing red, and all the other ones are wearing only gray? Seems weird. Or is he wearing something different? No, he actually looks exactly like the guy on the coast, right? Interesting. Okay, what do you have? Oh, he has another cracked pot. That's interesting. I didn't think you would get so many of these, to be honest. Cracked pot. And he sells a stone sword key for 2,000. That means we would have two to open up that other door in the round table hold. Do I want to do that? I mean, clearly there's a bunch of stuff that we want to get here. He has the bastard sword. Great sword. Large sword with a straight blade. This heavy sword is usually wielded with two hands, but for those with enough strength, one is sufficient. The hefty blade can be swung into multiple foes at once, thanks to the broad, sweeping attack, making fending off crowds all the easier. Stab, upward cut. Brace armament and step into a low stance that prevents recoil from most enemy attacks. Follow up with a strong attack for an upward strike. See, those skills are kind of weird to me, right? In Bloodborne, that would make sense, considering that you'd essentially get back the lost HP if the enemy hits you while you're doing that from the attack itself. But in this case, what's the point of preventing recoil if you're taking a bunch of damage doing it? It just seems kind of bad, unless this stance specifically also guards, in a way? What does that require? 16 strength. Okay. I feel like I want to increase my strength to 16 at some point as well. There seems to be quite a lot that gets usable at 16. Although then again, yeah, I don't want to... I kind of... Usually, greatsword is something I really like to go for. I like greatswords, but... I really don't know where I want to take my character, because I do like the idea of being a nimble assassin, but it feels like it's a fairly tough way to play, since you're really struggling with damage. At least I am at this point, because the Black Flame isn't really combating that all too much, and well, yeah, the Warhawk's Talon, even though it looks really, really cool, and it seems very nimble, it's really struggling with damage. A light crossbow, ranged weapon made from bow fixed to stock, deals good damage in simple use, but requires reloading after firing. Skill kick. Push an enemy back with a high kick. Effective against enemies who are guarding, and can break a foe's stance. Sometimes a simple tool is the most effective. Interesting that you have you have to have a crossbow equipped to be able to kick your opponent. I mean, kick seems to be a pretty good skill, but having to equip a crossbow to do it is certainly an interesting choice. He has great arrows. I don't think we've seen these quite yet. Red Thorn Ground Shield. A small wooden round shield. It is light and easy to handle, but cannot offer the damage negation of a metal shield. Its emblem is an ancient thorn design. Though it isn't much, it boosts fire damage negation. Well, that description doesn't give us much, does it? An ancient thorn design. Red Thorn Round Shield. I am going to write that down, but I don't really know what to make of that. Because the only other sort of thorns that we've seen so far are in Stormmill Castle. And those are really weird as well. I mean, we haven't really found any explanation as to why they exist. We haven't really found an explanation why certain enemies also have thorns around them, like literal thorns. There are statues that have leaves around them, so maybe the thorns are sort of a cursed version of those leaves. But again, the whole explanation as to why the leaves exist as well isn't really... Well, at least I haven't found anything towards that. Ancient thorn design. If it's an ancient thorn design, then thorns must have played a bigger part in the past as well? I don't know. Also, I would have never thought that what the shield is displaying are thorns. Just seems to be some sort of cool pattern or something. Comparatively light for its size. I think we've seen this at some point. These are pretty bad, right? What does this say? It boosts fire damage negation, and then the fire damage negation is 40, and this is 37. I mean, I wouldn't call that boosting. Also, this is way better against lightning, and it doesn't say anything about being better to use against lightning. You know, it's much better compared to this one, and better in holy as well. Yeah, these are weird shields. Also, maybe I'm just... I'm still really confused how these shields that have less than 100% physical damage negation are meant to be used. Are they really just for parrying? I mean, you wouldn't use this against somebody who's using a fire attack either. 40% is just... I mean, if 60% of the damage is still coming through, then... I would rather try and, roll out of the attack or somehow evade the attack altogether than using a shield against it. Weird. And then we have an iron helmet. Iron helmet showing rust on its edges. Cloth covering the mouth and neck provides some resistance to poison and other irritants. Oh, cool. The cape covering the shoulders is made with treated rock lizard skin and provides ample protection against fire. Treated rock lizard skin. Who the fuck are rock lizards? You think those might be the beasts that we've encountered on the road? I mean, they had like a lizard tail. Rock lizards. I don't know. I wouldn't call them rock lizards. They didn't really look... I mean, yeah, a lizard tail, but... I guess they have to have some sort of name. Their skin is used to reinforce armor. Okay. Looks pretty cool. Iron gauntlets. The lower legs are each bound in cord for ease of movement. Are these... I wish you would be able to... What is scroll anyway now? I wish you would be able to directly compare them to what you're wearing right now. It's unfortunate, because I feel like, I mean, these might be better than what I'm wearing, but I also think that they're a slightly bit heavier. And then we have this, Crimson Amber Medallion, raises maximum HP. A medallion with Crimson Amber inlaid boosts maximum HP. The Earth Tree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious of jewels in the Age of Godfrey, first Elden Lord. A primordial life energy resides inside. Wow, okay, that's interesting information. Ooh, so... The entire time I was wondering, with these stone crowns that we've seen on a lot of those scholar figures, right? They have these, apparently, stone crowns, and they also have these red jewels in them. And the entire time I was wondering what that was, because, well, if they're just sort of quote-unquote normal dudes, right? Even though they might be part of the nobility or whatever, right? The fact that every single one of them was wearing those crowns was a bit confusing. Because you would think, especially with those red jewels that are typically associated with rubies or something, in our world anyway, you would think that those were way too expensive for every one of them to wear them, right? And at some point, I think we did find some information that those crowns essentially were given out to the people who were pretty good at sorceries, right? But still, it seemed way too much, right? And way too valuable of an item to give out. But if what is in their crowns is actually the amber of the Earth Tree, well, that makes a whole lot more sense, because I guess, while Godfrey, the Elden Lord, was still around, it was probably, somewhat easy to get this sap. To get the ember from the Earth Tree. It was still probably considered something special, right? I mean, clearly it was. But it was, its availability was enough so that they could actually put it in, quite a lot of those crowns and stuff. Okay, so Earth Tree sap. Earth Tree sap becomes amber. Red amber. Amber with primordial life energy. Primordial life energy. Precious jewels. I mean, this whole thing about the Age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, I mean, it seems, I mean, I don't know, 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 Why are there so many people... Wait. Okay, so the the guy in the castle that is turned decrepit demigod and is grafting people, he's called Godric. Then, apparently, there was a Godwyn the Golden, not connected in any way, and now we have Godfrey, who was the first Elden Lord. I mean, in a way, it's kind of funny, but usually in writing, isn't that something you want to avoid? I mean, the game literally hasn't told us that much so far about its story. I mean, a lot of interesting tidbits, but nothing substantial, and still we have 3 names that are very, very awkwardly similar, and yet seemingly not connected, but for people that are very, very important to the overall sort of lore of the game, well, that feels like an awkward decision, to be quite honest. I mean, maybe there's more to it. Maybe they're, I don't know, maybe they were part of the same family or something. That's why they were called that. But, that seems just a bit weird. Age of Godfrey. Also, did we ever get any kind of information about, like, the history of Elden Lords or something? I mean, we know that the Elden Ring got shattered, which, well, supposedly, or I guess you could assume that whoever was Elden Lord at that time was probably killed. The shattering happened, you know, big war, blah, blah, blah. But how does it really work? Were there... If Godfrey was the first Elden Lord, by that description we can assume there were a couple of others as well. Did they have to fight for their title? Did they, like, why was there no shattering before then? Or was there, potentially? I mean, doesn't the sign of grace that you carry with you, right, where you can teleport back to the last sign of grace rested at, that talks about some sort of cycle, right? Does that mean that there is an Elden Lord, the Elden Ring gets shattered, there is a war, they're tarnished, somebody collects the pieces of the Elden Ring, brings it back together, becomes the next Elden Lord, and then the whole cycle repeats? Is that how it works? Because if so, we haven't really heard anything about that. Also, is this equipable, or does this permanently increase your HP if you use it? I mean, I guess I have to buy it anyway to find out, but... And then we have another note, which I feel like won't give us much at all in terms of information. I mean, I guess I can probably still sell a lot of stuff, so we can just buy... I mean, these 2 things that are definitely unique, and then these 2 things as well. Let's start with the note and with the medallion, because I want to know how it works. And then I need 2,600 runes to get those 2 pieces. And I don't think I really want to buy anything else at this point. I mean, we could maybe buy a couple more bolts. I think I'm running low on these in a way, but... we'll see. Yeah, this, right? It's merely a cycle. Stand before the Elden Ring, become the Elden Lord. It does sound like it, you know, the whole world sort of has a cycle to it. But that's really, really tough to speculate about, I guess. Oh yeah, we need 2 golden seeds. I forgot about that. And that part... Wait, where is it? Oh, did I ever read this one? Cowl made of soft cloth. Travel attire worn by nobles in the capital. Garb favored by the aged. Abandoning their birthplace after the shattering, these undead wanderers are the pitiful product of unending life. I mean, that doesn't really give us that much in terms of information, huh? Where's this medallion? Oh, there it is. Okay. So you have to equip it. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. I mean, I guess I could try. Let's see. Wait, let's look at the note first. I think it's this one, right? Demi-human mobs. Slay the demi-humans. They're calling them demi-human. Oh, that's an interesting description. So half human in a way, but not tarnished? Slay the demi-human mobs leader first, and the rest will lose hope and panic. Okay. I mean, sure, I can also just kill them right away because they're really easy to deal with, unless they're talking about something else that I don't know about yet. These notes, I'm really not a fan of them at this point, because the heads of the Stone Digger trolls bear old wounds. Yeah, okay, but that doesn't really give me that. I mean, that you get extra damage when you're hitting the head of an enemy is sort of self-explanatory and also works seemingly for all of the enemies, so I don't know why these trolls would be significant in that, unless I haven't really used this correctly. But in Stormvale Castle, I think I did attack the head of one of those giants, and he did take additional damage, and they're actually, like, they're covering their head, right, when you attack it with like a crossbow or something. They raise up their hand and hold it in front of their head, but you know, it's not really, I mean, that seemingly didn't really do that much in terms of being able to deal with them. This I couldn't try at this point because I wasn't able to poison them. This just seems unnecessary as a piece of information, because if they're talking about the mobs that are walking around that are similar to the 5 guys that you can summon with your spirit summon, they're like so easy to deal with. Why would you like specifically target one of them first? Unless they're talking about something else that I don't really know. Someone lurks among the Waypoint ruins on the roads through Limgrave. No idea where that's supposed to be. And this as well. No idea where that is. Although this is probably the best piece of information that I've gotten so far, because at least it tells you where to go. But okay. Let's try out the medallion. So, I guess enhances guard counters. I don't really know how effective that is. This increases my HP by about a level, right? That's about what 1 level would give me. Which I guess is not bad, but I don't know if I want to. I think I'm gonna, keep that for the time being. A bit disappointing, quite honestly. Although, that being said, if I get a 3rd talisman slot, if that's a thing, then this might be pretty cool. Also, maybe it's percentage based, right? So the higher your vigor, the more effective it is, I guess. Okay. Let's... Nope. I want to get more. Wait, what was it? 600, 2,600. So... let's start in this side. These are the same things, right? Do I need them? They're very slightly better than what I'm wearing. And very slightly heavier. I mean, these just look cool though. Yeah, let's just get rid of these. Also, they give 200 runes, which is pretty cool as well. These I'm still gonna keep. These I want to keep as well. They just look awesome. Chain draped tabard. That's what the like normal foot soldiers dropped, right? Weighs exactly as much as what I'm using. Oh shit! It's actually just straight up better. Oh no, well. Resistances are slightly lower. A couple of it's really, really similar. Does decrease robustness by quite a bit, though. Let's sell it. This I want to keep. This just looks too awesome. I think I'm gonna keep this as well. Yeah. Let's keep these for now. Can't sell. I sold these in the past as well, right? So let's get rid of these two. I am gonna keep this, however. I mean, with the shields, you know, probably not really gonna use most of them, but their designs are so awesome that I don't really want to get rid of them either. Their different designs are just incredible. And then this reminds me of the thorns, and this just looks absolutely awesome. I would like to use this, actually, but I just feel it doesn't really suit the look of my character, at least at this point. Okay, nothing else here. It's quite hard to decide on whether or not you want to get rid of a couple of weapons. Did I ever read this one? The great... EP. Yeah. No, it's Epee, I guess. Epee is how you pronounce that. Large rapier featuring a thin, sharp blade, commonly used in life or death duels. Like its smaller counterparts, it is made for thrusting attacks and can be used while guarding with a shield. Skill Impaling Thrust. Skill that lets piercing armaments overcome enemy shields. Build power, then lunge forward for a strong thrust that pierces an enemy's guard. That's actually quite awesome. That, you know, a rapier that's a bit bigger. Bloodhound's Fang, that's what we got for defeating that one Everjail guy. I mean, that's the weapon that he uses, the boss anyway. Then we have the Morning Star. I mean, I don't know. I'm never gonna use this anyway, so... Also, I didn't read this, did I? Warhammer comprised of a globe attached to a handle. Though bludgeon dealing strike damage, the appellative star is covered in spikes, which cause blood loss. Ironic, given its graceful name, this weapon often reeks of blood. Morning Star. Oh, this can kick as well. Push an enemy back with a high kick, effective against enemies who are guarding, and can break a foe's stance. Sometimes a simple tool is the most... Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of you being able to kick only with the appropriate skill. I mean, it kind of makes the skill, obviously, you know, more important, but... Also, you'd have to not use a shield in combination with this in order to be able to do it. Or use a shield without a skill, I guess. Wait, so wasn't the brass shield... Yeah, this doesn't have a skill. So if you wanted to use the Morning Star, I guess it would be in combination with this shield, for example. Which that's something that I like as well. Not that, you know, parrying still can be quite the effective tool, obviously, but... You know, if you specifically want to use your weapon skill, this might be better. Although the only enemies where I kind of wanted to break their guard were enemies that are fairly easy to deal with anyway, so I don't know how effective that really would be. It's a bit unfortunate because, I don't know, in a way I have a lot of really cool weapons, that I don't really want to get rid of, but then again, obviously I know I'm never going to use them. So, let's not sell them at this point. Maybe in the future. And then let's see if there's something else we might want to sell or can sell anyway. Although, let me see. How much do I need? 2,600. So I need to sell a couple of runes anyway. How much can I get from these? That's about 300 to 400 depending. So about 500, right? So I guess let's get to 2,000 first. So that would be 5 of these then. And then let's get the rest of these. Okay, 8 more. Just do 5 of the, or 4 of these and 4 of these. Can find them all the time anyways. Another cracked pot and another stone sword key. Thank you. Okay, so can I actually craft a bunch of stuff? I mean, it's cool that you can hold so many of these now. How many cracked pots do I have now? I think 7 or something. So that's pretty cool. Also, I can finally craft a lot of these things. Firebone bolts. Well, not a lot, but at least a couple. Stormwing bone arrow. Well, that's an arrow, though. Arrow. I'm currently using a crossbolt. Let's actually craft a couple of these. I think I still have one of these as well, right? Yeah, this is kind of crazy to me. So, if you want to co-op with, like, online people, these are really easy to craft. Which is pretty nuts, to be honest. I just wish, you know, the thing is, co-op sounds like fun. But the problem is there isn't really, I guess, a reason to do it. And what I mean by that is I kind of wish there was, yeah, some sort of covenant or some sort of system that would interact with the summons. Something that you could rank up, for example, right? If you help other people, you get like a rank up. Or rather, I guess... So for example, in Bloodborne, you had to use an insight, I think. Was it 1? Yeah, probably. You had to use, I think, 1 insight in order to summon 1 cooperator, I think. So if you summoned somebody, but then died, you essentially lost an insight, right? So, although, well, technically it wasn't really a threshold on summoning because you had so much insight in Bloodborne, like it's really, really easy to get a lot of insight. So, it's not really a limitation, but it does seem at least somewhat of a... Well, you do have to use a fairly important resource to do it. Again, it's not really hard to get more of insight, but it's still certainly... Well, also because insight is... like plays such a strong part in Bloodborne's sort of lore / atmosphere, it just feels a lot more important compared to what it actually is, right? It's actually not that important at all, but it feels like it's more important. So it you know, it creates this this feeling of, oh yeah, I'm really giving up something in order to summon, right? Which seems like a cool trade-off. But here, if these things are so readily available, summoning just seems so, I don't know, so meaningless in a way, right? I mean, obviously it helps you if you have an online cooperator there. But I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, honestly, but it feels a bit, cheap is the wrong way, right? Cheap, if I said summoning feels cheap, then that would mean that I feel like it makes the game easier, which it does, obviously, but I wish there was, like an actual trade-off to summoning cooperators to the point where it would make you actually think about whether or not you want to do it, right? Because the other way around, and I think that's what I find a little bit disappointing here, I guess, is if you make summoning or summoning a cooperator something that requires a certain amount of effort, right? So it's, for example, a fairly rare currency or material or whatever, then if you summon, I feel like you have a much stronger connection to that, right? You have this feeling of, oh, this is really, this is something special, this is something awesome, and you know what I mean? In that regard, it would feel a lot more special. This way, especially with how the game is designed, it feels like it just always wants you to have somebody with you. Right? In any other game, if I hadn't played the previous FromSoft games, this would make me feel like, oh yeah, this game is meant to be played in co-op pretty much all the time. The way these items are designed, the way they're readily accessible, and the way that summoning pools are pretty much all over the world, just makes you feel like, oh yeah, this is supposed to be this way. It's really, right? Isn't that something that you think might be the case? I don't really know how else to put it. It's just kind of a weird thing. Because I think, most people who play Elden Ring obviously go into it the same way they would approach any other FromSoft game. But you have to think about, well, there's going to be people that play this that have never played a FromSoft game before and also don't necessarily look up, things on the internet or whatever. And in any other game, as I said, if it would be a completely unknown IP or, a game by a completely unknown studio, a game I haven't really read anything about or whatever, right? Seeing these things in the game would make me think, oh yeah, this game is a co-op game. It's meant to be played like that all the time. But since we know FromSoft and since we know these games, it doesn't really feel like, I don't know, it's such a weird discrepancy, right? Or not discrepancy, but it's such a, it seems like two sort of ends of a stick. Oh, how do you say that? There seem like completely opposite approaches, right? Yeah. Also, where did this guy go? I wanted to fight him. What's up with that? Can I even use... I can use... I wonder how much easier it is to fight opponents when you're at range on a horse. Wait, where did you go? The hell? Why did he... Oh, that's the map thing. Am I... What? Where is he? Huh? What? Did I do something that, like, made him... I thought I heard his, like, movements in the background the entire time. Guess he got bored that I didn't want to fight him? Oh, wait, was it... Oh, it's daylight now, right? You think he's only here at night? That might be it, to be honest. Hmm. Let's actually uncover the map first, and then I don't think that I want to approach the castle right away. Also, there's smoke coming from it, yeah. So that's definitely Castle Morn, and it seems like whatever rebellion took place probably set a couple of things on fire there. I wonder why this wall was destroyed, and who was responsible for it. It seemed like pretty big sort of fortification stuff. Fuck! Whoa! Okay, I thought that was coming from the castle for a moment. What are those? Look at that! What the fuck is that? Are they targeting me? I think they are. Oh, it's just it's just stuck in the air. Well, I guess there goes my plan of uncovering the map, huh? Okay, that's somewhere at the foot of the castle, though. Holy shit. Whoa! Whoa, whoa. Where's that coming from? You kidding me? That's, I like the music. Oh, the pop-in was holy. Those are crazy. Those things, I mean... I guess I need to quickly get in and out, uncover the map, and then get the fuck out of here. This seems like something you want to approach from a different point, potentially. So I guess the rebels in the castle... How the fuck do they even see me, though? I mean, I guess they're in the fog, right? So they could potentially look outside of it. I really like how these skulls are... That's actually very interesting, right? The skulls seem to be essentially... I wonder if I can... Can I sneak? Would they still be able to detect me? So yeah, the skulls. I was at one point complaining about the skulls, like being sort of annoying, that you have to hit them and then it takes like a second or something until you can actually pick up the rune. They actually feel like they're making you want to use the horse more, right? Which is really interesting, because on horseback you can just run over them and immediately collect the runes. I think that's pretty interesting. I think they'll still be able to see me if I'm on foot like this and sneaking. Oh, I see him. Oh, that's the giant dude with the giant crossbow. I think... Is he like not seeing me? I think he's also... No, he's going back. That looks like, at least from a distance from here, right? It looks different to the giants that are pulling the... Oh shit, he's shooting again. He looks different to the giants that are carrying the carriages. He looks like the one that I fought near Stormvale Castle, like that giant dude, like the ones that are also on the big bridge that leads to the White Tower, right? Where I said they look almost wooden, because I think his feet are on fire, right? So, okay. A new map has been found. Weeping Peninsula. Wow. Alright, so this uncovered quite a lot. So I think this has to probably be the sort of southern border of the map, right? Or of the game, I guess. I don't think there's anything going to be south of this. Because it looks like there's more to the north, right? Okay. So what's interesting is that the giant trees are definitely on the map. That's cool. The map in general looks pretty awesome. So I guess this is some sort of border between the actual Or maybe it's just a border between the map. Yeah, I think that's just sort of supposed to be, you know, you putting the map back together. I mean, it also acts as a border between zones, I guess. So these look like poison pools or something, right? They definitely look poisoned. Then there's this whole section. I probably want to check out what's going on over here first, I guess. And then we can take the other path. That's probably a good idea as well. In general, it's... So, yeah, first of all, this place is certainly smaller than Stormvale, which I appreciate. But I do think I probably want to check out the peninsula first before going to the castle. And in a way, I also think the fact that this giant is shooting at you is kind of a clear sign that you maybe shouldn't approach this first. I do like how they've built a castle, though, right? So it's all the way out here on the edge. Anyone who would approach this thing, like from land, essentially, not only do they have to cross one bridge, but they also then have to come here, and that's why this big wall exists, right? Even though obviously something has destroyed it at this point, but it's a really, really strong position to be in, right? Unless maybe you'd get like if the enemy would what's the word? If they're trying to starve you, right? They could maybe cut off your resources, or if a force from the ocean would approach. That's also definitely a weak point here. But I do like where they've built it. It seems to be pretty cool. Well, oh well. No, I don't think that this cliffside is actually a disadvantage. Because it doesn't really help, right? People could go up on the cliffside and maybe shoot arrows from there, but, you know, they wouldn't be able to jump down or anything, so... But yeah, I do think that I want to check out this area first and then move over here. And I'm very interested to see if there's something special to these smaller earth trees, or whatever they are. The map looks really, really interesting. In a way, a lot more interesting than this part, Limgrave. Not that Limgrave isn't interesting, but I feel like Limgrave has a lot sort of like empty open fields. Whereas this looks a lot more interesting in that regard. Okay. One thing is, are the map fragments telling us more? Wait, where are they again? Weeping Peninsula. The peninsula to Limgrave South is named for its unceasing rainfall. Redolent of Lament. Okay. Named after... unceasing rainfall. Well, I mean, I guess it has been raining the entire time, hasn't it? Okay. Let's get out of here. Till we're shot to death by that dude. What does it say? Oh, whoops. Never mind. I'm gone already. Also, he can shoot pretty far, can't he? Yeah. I like that trees can get destroyed. That's pretty awesome. I just wish you would be able to do that as well. Although, well, then again, I'm actually not sure about that. Maybe there's, like, explosions or something? Maybe it could cause trees to be destroyed as well. Kind of weird that it still counts you as being in combat zone. Also, I still haven't figured out what the debuff is that I have on the bar there. Like the red square. No idea what that's supposed to be. Absolutely no idea. Maybe it's something really obvious that I forgot about from the beginning of the game or something. Okay. Do I want to... Can I actually... It's evening. Do we maybe... I do want to check out if this knight is only here at night. Because, it felt like he maybe was. It's just pretty awkward that he suddenly disappeared. Would explain the black hood, though, on his horse, right? Because that would make it maybe some sort of, I mean, spirit, ghostly being, whatever. It's interesting, though, that in this case, you actually can't summon your own spirits here. Wonder what the hell that's about. Like, for example, that piece over there, with the smaller giant and the beast things and soldiers. Oh yeah, he is. Okay, I was right about that. So he's here at night. But yeah, they seem to be pretty easy to deal with. So why would they let you summon spirits there but not here? No idea like how they decide on when you'd be able to do that and when you aren't. This is pretty cool though. That it's dependent on night. Okay, and let's see. Do I want to try Bolts? I wonder how strong he actually is. He seems to have some sort of really Knight's Cavalry. Oh well. I don't think this is going to work, to be honest. Once again, why the giant HP pool? Just seems straight up unnecessary. Yeah. It's got the same problems that the Tree Sentinel has in terms of horse combat. You can get stuck on all kinds of things. It's really awkward to hit him. His horse seems to be quite easy to deal with, though. Oh, he just hit my horse. Yeah, see, that, I feel like... I mean, obviously my weapon doesn't have a really good range, I get that. But it does seem somewhat inconsistent in terms of... Also... Oh, for fuck's sake, I hate those, like, weird side attacks. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. If I can't hit him like this, then what's the point, really? I'm using way too many healing items here. Nah. Oh, that was my horse. Oh, God. Once again, why is the horse combat designed the way it is? I hate the fact that you keep on sprinting when you press circle. Oh, ooh, I almost got hit by that. Can you please... Why does he insist on running towards those trees? No, for fuck's sake, I hate that move. I wonder what'll happen if I kill his horse. Okay, that was bullshit tracking. And that was bullshit as well. Yeah, the horse combat is unfortunately... I mean, I said that multiple times during the fight with the tree sentinel. The horse combat, like the base of it, is really, really awesome. It really is. The basic idea of it, the basic function is really awesome, but it has so many glaring problems that it's... I don't know, it's really... I don't know what they were thinking there, to be honest. Obviously, one of the biggest problems is that you keep on sprinting, right? Circle, like just pressing circle once, should have the exact same effect that it has on foot, which is, you know, either roll or a backstep. Something like that, right? And it also should give you iframes. At least a couple ones, right? Because this way, I mean, as you saw, I'm not dealing that much damage to him. I'm dealing some damage to the horse, so I don't know if the fight's probably going to be... Yeah, well, I don't know, actually. It's going to be easier to fight him while you're on horse and he's just running around without one. No idea. So that's kind of strange. And yeah, the result of it is just the same that I thought was a problem with the tree sentinel. I wish that... So it completely destroys the pacing of the fight, right? Because if you press circle, you evade his attacks, but you also start sprinting. So every time you then have to stop sprinting or wait for it to run out, which just takes way too long and completely destroys the pacing of the fight. And essentially amounts to what just happened, which was we were sort of circling each other the entire time, right? Nobody really able to hit the other one, especially because this guy has slower attacks, I feel like, or at least, I mean, they're somewhat easier to evade than the ones from the tree sentinel, although that might also be because this area is easier to deal with, right? One thing that made the tree sentinel just, well, tough to deal with was the fact that there were so many trees that you could get stuck on, or he would just sit on some rocks that made evading attacks really awkward. Also, he had some, like, weird range to him. But yeah, the problem is that the fact that you keep sprinting destroys the pacing of the fight, because it means that, well, this happens, right? Where you're constantly just circling each other. Also, the fact that he has this, like, charge, right? Where he does this really quick charge towards you, that's a bit bullshit because you can't really escape it. Because your horse isn't fast enough, really. I mean, maybe you can, but it just feels kind of awkward. And then, so I feel like for horseback, you actually need a longer weapon, right? With my small weapon, I wonder if I can actually, well, I probably can't, right? I mean, a dagger, I don't really have any sort of, I guess I could try this one. You think this would be better for horseback combat? I mean, does it even matter that it gives me heavy load? Let me see. I mean, it might be, it might be weaker. That's quite interesting, though. I like the idea of having essentially a horse fight equipment thing. That was a weird way to put this, but yeah, I feel like it might be beneficial to have a specific set for horseback combat. That might make this whole thing a lot easier to deal with. So what does this have? 125 plus 23. So already that's probably should deal a lot more damage. I mean, obviously it's slower. I also, I'm a bit disappointed at how I don't think you can actually hit enemies properly from horseback if they're moving that much. Yeah, I mean, that might actually be something to go for. Also, I mean, essentially, if I unequip the crossbow and the torch, I mean, I don't know if heavy load even matters while you're on horseback, but yeah, that could be a way to do this. The Banished Knight's Hallberg. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate that unequipping is the same button that usually while you're in your inventory shows the item description. That's such an, I don't know, such a weird decision. I wonder if I should just upgrade this a little bit. Maybe I should try the fight first and see if this actually gives me an advantage. It should, right? Because I had quite a lot of moments where I was in a very good position to attack, but just wasn't able to connect my attack with him because I was too far away. So yeah, that might be a really, really good idea. To come up with the set that I can use on horseback. Doesn't really negate the things that are awkward on horseback though, right? I mean, again, the sprinting thing is sort of the main issue here. And then also the way I died. So either I missed something, but I think if your horse gets killed, you receive either additional damage, there's some awkwardness going on there. And the problem is the feeling that it has when it happens, because it feels like bullshit, even though I don't think it is. And the reason for it is that the game does this very awkward thing when your horse dies, right? So his attacks took off I think it was about like 60% of my health, right? Like one of his attacks when he was actually connecting with his weapon. Not the charge that he does, but his actual weapon. Took about 60% of my health. And then at some point, my horse died because of it, so he didn't, he hit me and the horse at the same time. For whatever reason, most of the other times he didn't hit the horse, which also is a bit weird, but whatever. That seems to be another thing, that it's really, really hard to tell, or it seems very inconsistent whether or not you hit the horse or the enemy. I don't know what that's about, but same thing goes for you, right? Whether or not the enemy hits you or the horse, both of those seem fairly inconsistent. The problem being, I think in this case he hit me and the horse, so he essentially took off 60% of my HP, and then my horse died. And I think, although I'm not quite sure on that, I think because of that, you receive additional damage as well. Seems weird. Not because, like, that in and of itself might be okay, right? To say, okay, so, if your horse dies, you get punished for that. That's fine, right? If they want to do it that way, or if they designed it that way, okay, fair enough. The problem is the animation, because there isn't one. Or at least it's a really, really awkward one. Like, when your horse dies, your character goes into sort of, you're stuck on the spot where your horse dies, so all the momentum that you had from riding on the horse is just gone. You just immediately stop, right? As if the engine doesn't have any way to handle that properly. And then, well, you just receive the damage and your character's sort of stuck in this awkward falling animation, which I think is supposed to represent that you have fallen off your horse, but your horse is already despawned. So it looks like your character sort of very slowly falling through the air, and you're already dead at the same time because you received this additional damage from your horse dying. But you haven't, like, it would be more logical, right? If you fell off your horse because it died, and then as soon as you hit the ground, you receive additional damage and you die. Right? In that case, you would say, all right, yeah, fair enough. You fall off your horse, you get damaged from the fall. But that's not what happens. It's just your horse dies, and you immediately receive additional damage, and then the animation starts. And also because the momentum is completely cut short, I don't know, it just, honestly, I don't want to say it, but it looks unfinished. Right? It's just a small thing, right? Don't worry about it. It's not that big a deal. Because once you realize, okay, the horse dying equals additional damage, that's fine, right? Okay, don't let the horse die. I mean, that's, in and of itself, I don't want to do that anyway, or I don't want to have that happen anyway, because the only way I want to deal with this enemy is while I'm still on horseback, obviously. But again, that being said, it's just, it makes an already awkward thing that feels like it's not really been properly designed with the horse in mind. It makes this awkward thing even more awkward, right? And as I said in the fight against the Tree Sentinel, when it works, when the horse combat works, it feels absolutely amazing. But the fact that it has so many problems with it is very, very unfortunate. And that's nothing against FromSoft, right? As I said before, like horseback combat, most games struggle with, right? It's really, really bad, I think, in The Witcher. Can you even do that? I do, right. In The Witcher 3, I think you can use horseback combat, but it feels absolutely awful. In Red Dead Redemption, I think it's somewhat passable, but there you have like guns and stuff, so But I don't think you necessarily want to be on horseback while being in combat there. I think The Last of Us 1 purposefully doesn't give you any horseback combat, because that probably would have been awkward as well. Yeah, I think in The Last of Us 2 as well, right? All of the horse sections are never with combat, I think. Which is, yeah, pretty much done on purpose. Skyrim has this weird thing where I think they actually introduced horseback combat later on, right? I think it came in patch like 1.6 or something for some reason. So about like half a year after the game released, they suddenly put horseback combat in for some weird reason. And I don't think I ever properly used it anyway. I don't think that it works. Probably doesn't. At least not in a good way, right? So again, it's nothing against FromSoft. Horseback combat is probably one of the hardest things to implement properly in an open world game. But the problem here is that I feel like they're really, really close to making it good. It's just that for some reason they decided, instead of using the awesome way the actual combat works while you're not on the horse, for some reason they decided to make horse combat different. Yeah, no idea what that's about. Okay, let me... Also, the fact that he only spawns at night is kind of awesome. The fact that it changes... Like, if you die, it automatically, I think, moves the clock forward by, like, I don't know, probably 6 hours or something. Well, that's annoying. Whatever. Okay, let's unequip this. Oh, wait, never mind. I mean, well, it doesn't matter. But unequipping the crossbow already gives me medium load. So let's just try using the halberd. With more range, I feel like it could actually be the way to go in this case. Also, that would be pretty cool if I did have like a second set for combat on horseback. Because that would give me a reason to use more weapons, which I feel like is pretty cool. Until nightfall. Okay, so I guess we have to rest here every time we want to attempt this. Also, one thing that I felt like was a bit weird is we got really, really close to the merchant. So I wonder if while you're fighting this guy, you can accidentally kill this merchant, which would be, well, unfortunate, I guess. Okay, let's try this then. Oh yeah, I think this is much easier. Also, he does this weird back jump every time he actually uses his attack. Oop. Oh, I don't think he should have hit me there. Oh, fuck. Certainly shouldn't have hit me there. Also, that's another thing. Whether or not his attacks actually stagger you seems to be very inconsistent. Like, in those cases, it did, but in other cases, it didn't. Okay, this is... I mean, it's certainly still... Well, he's just dealing an insane amount of damage to me, is this sort of problem here. Also, it's a bit awkward. Why didn't that hit him? It's a bit awkward with his, like, jumping attack. I'm not quite sure. Like, because I feel like he's using his jump attack mainly to try and close distance towards you, but sometimes you're really far away and he still doesn't use it. He instead uses his wind-up. Why doesn't that... What is that? It feels like your character is sort of awkwardly hitting the floor instead of the enemy. Ooh. Yeah, the problem is now, of course, the halberd is doing a lot less damage compared to my sword to him, I think. Oh, for fuck's sake. And this is also annoying that he, like, suddenly starts running into the trees. But yeah, I mean, you can already see, like, the pacing of the fight is just really awkward, right? It just takes way too long to get into melee range again. What the fuck are you doing? Can you stop running away? That's also another thing, like, as if the fight already wasn't, like, taking an insane amount of time, because it's, like, it takes way too long to get back into range, right? As if that wasn't awkward enough, he then also purposefully rides away from you the entire time. Oh. Is that like a stagger or something? Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, the halberd certainly has a better range compared to the sword. It still has an annoying range, though. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Also, yeah, as if the fight didn't have an awkward pacing already, you then also have to wait for him to get away from the trees again. What is this? That was weird. Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't expect him to attack right away. Oh, that shouldn't have hit me. I was... At least from the animation, I should have been a lot further away. That was an awkward wind-up. Oh, for fuck's sake. What the fuck was that? Well, I guess it's because I was behind him. He suddenly did some sort of awkward behind attack. God, I wish my horse would stop sprinting. See, in those cases, if you could turn around quicker, right, and not have to wait for your sprint to stop, you could just go back to him and... Oh, well, got a couple of hits in there. Ooh, that was awkward. Yeah, the problem is, again, I mean, you have to go, like, very far away with your horse already, and then he's also going further away. See, he rides away. He rides away from you. I mean, you know, it does make sense, obviously, right? He just attacked. Of course, he's trying to get away from you. Like, that makes sense. The problem is the situation that comes out of that, because it takes way too long to then come back into an actual fighting position. What? Why the fuck? It feels like my character's hitting the ground instead of him. Also, why is there no way to switch targets between him and the horse? Or there is. But I'm targeting him and I'm hitting the horse. Ooh. Ooh. Not get greedy here. Oh, still not dead? The fuck? I have a feeling he's gonna pull out some insane attacks as soon as the horse is dead, though. Ooh, that was an interesting jump. Oh, for fuck's... I hate that attack! That is so awkward, because it comes out way too quickly. Okay. And now? Ooh. I knew it. Oh! Wait, what? Well, that's... Can just... Well, that's boring. Can just resummon the horse. Ah, great. So now I'm out of heals. Yeah, I don't know. This is... And now it just takes, like, 30 years... Oh, what the fuck was that? Was the game slowing down there? It sometimes feels like you get a slowdown where it also sort of slows down the AI for some reason. Where it... I don't know. I mean, this isn't fun, right? That's the core of the issue here. This is not fun. It's just boring. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ah, I knew it. Well, I mean, so you can probably prevent him from resummoning his horse if you hit him multiple times, but then you risk getting hit yourself. I mean, the halberd's definitely the way to go compared to the sword, right? The range is just much better. It's just... The thing that I really don't like about this is essentially if given an infinite amount of time, you'll defeat him easily, right? The fight isn't challenging, like, at all, because there is always going to be a way to hit him without he being able to hit you, right? Well, sometimes he does his awkward dash thing, that's almost impossible to avoid, I feel like, on horseback, because you can, like, as I said before, right, the only real evasion that you have on horseback is when you're not sprinting, pressing circle. And I guess you could also jump, but I don't think that would help. I think you'd still get hit by the dash, unless you can sort of awkwardly jump back or something. But yeah, that's... I mean, think about how long that took, right? How long was that? I should have probably looked at the clock. That was... I mean, it felt like an eternity. That was at least 5 minutes, right? And the problem is, there is no real way to make it go faster, because I can't really... Unless maybe shielding is the way to go there? But my horse would still take damage, though, right? If you got unlucky? Because I don't know if you can, like, sort of stay closer to him as well. I don't know. I kind of want to defeat him. I mean, I already got him pretty close, right? If you would be able to summon your spirits here, this would be easy as well. I I mean, yeah, I can upgrade my... Let me see. I don't think... I could do 2 upgrades to my halberd. I was hitting him for like 86 or something. I mean, that would make it go quicker. I don't need these stones for anything else up until, you know, currently. I wish there was already a way to purchase more of the number 1 stones. I mean, I could... You know what? Let's, because I have so many 2 stones as well. Although I probably want to use those for my sword, huh? Now that I think... You know what? I should probably do that, to be quite honest. At least get my sword to +5. But yeah, there's... I think that I probably want to upgrade my halberd. So let's find more smithing stones and then try this again. And... I mean, if I'm already switching my weapon to a different one on horseback, maybe I should try switching my shield, and instead of prolonging the fight, I think I should try actually using shields against his attacks. Because if there's a way to block his stuff more easily, maybe that can speed up the fight in general. Okay, that might be the way to go. I wish there was some... that would be awesome if you could, like, save gear sets or something. Okay. Let's equip my usual stuff. Yeah. I mean, I can definitely kill it. It's just, it's really boring doing it this way, so... let's upgrade stuff. Can I actually upgrade... Let me go back here. Can I upgrade this on my own, or do I have to go to the smith for upgrades beyond +3? Yeah, I have to go to the smith. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Also, I completely forgot that you can upgrade shields as well. Although I'm still not really sure what that even does. That's so weird, right? Shouldn't a shield upgrade give you more damage negation rather than attack power? What is up with that? Why can you even do it? Although, you know what? I should probably upgrade this thing at some point. Although, I mean... Incantation scaling going from 115 to 116. Ugh. Why? This should go from 115 to like 135 or something with one upgrade. I don't know if that would be overkill, but... I mean, in the past, in Dark Souls games, it made sense that upgrades were very, very gradual, right? Because otherwise you just would have outleveled your opponents really quickly. But in this open world setting, especially with the kind of big HP pools that a lot of these enemies have, those upgrades feel a bit underwhelming, to be completely honest. But yeah, I mean, upgrading your shields, what does that exactly? I mean, the scaling doesn't do anything either, right? I mean, there's no reason to have a better scaling on your shield. Unless that... No, I mean, the attack power was... But then... Wait a second. So, if your shield has a bash, right? Shield bash, or whatever it's called. This one has it, yeah, shield bash. Well, that obviously deals damage, right? And in that case, you would probably want to upgrade your shield at some point. I mean, if you can, right? If you have things lying around, then why not do it? So I can see it being... like there being a reason for it, for a shield that can do that, but what's the implication here? If I use parry and counterattack, will it deal more damage with an upgraded shield? Because if not, there is literally no reason why this would even be possible, right? Or like, why? Why is there a Like, why can you upgrade the shield? And you can't even upgrade your armor, right? That's the weird part. So why would they let you upgrade your shield? And clearly there's other stuff that you can't upgrade. Although you can upgrade the... Holy shit, that's actually... Oh, and what? That's with the somber smithing stone. I might want to do that, right? Considering... I mean, yeah, that's probably actually a really good idea. I mean, I have the somber smithing stone, so why not? See, this is an upgrade that seems to be worth it. 68 to 85? But yeah, anyway, I have to go to the smith. Which is actually also cool, because that means that I can sell him stuff and get the runes that I need. Wasn't there something else that I wanted to do here? Or am I misremembering that? I feel like didn't I like find something that said something about the round table hold? Also, I wanted to use this thing the entire time and still haven't. Well, now I don't remember. Well, I can use the stone sword's keys. That's certainly something that I can do here as well, now that we're here. I don't think there was anything else that I wanted. Okay, let's actually use the stoneward keys first, because I mean there is a very, very slight chance that we might get something out of it that we want to use. So in those cases, also, wait, was this stuff always lying on the ground? Almost seems like somebody went through and like caused chaos or something. Did something happen?
I took you for dead. No matter, it's lay out your arms then.
Well, seemingly not. Okay. So these doors supposedly only open once we have, once we open up like once we acquire a Great Rune, I think is what they told us, right? Okay. Let's see what's up here though. Still awkward that there is no explanation why this fog exists. Well, at least they have a normal kitchen. There's only one chest in here? Seriously? All of that for this one item? Oh, Assassin's Prayer Book. Well then. Might be a good one at least. I really like the kitchen design that they have in this game. I mean, obviously these are the same assets that they use in Stormvale, but they're pretty awesome. It's actually a shame that these places aren't, you know, more like your traditional RPG, I guess. With like NPCs you can talk to and all that kind of stuff. Well, at least that means that we now have unlocked everything here in the Round Table Hold. Also, one thing that I'm wondering, for some reason, I feel like I'm finding items specifically for like my class or whatever. I wonder if they change these items based on your starting class. That would be something new. Okay, it's probably here somewhere, yeah. Give to a learned cleric to acquire new incantations. We still need to find a sorcerer, by the way. Assassins approach in darkness. Well, that's... Okay, maybe they aren't... Maybe this is always here. Oh, that's unfortunate. So Assassin's Approach I already have. I don't know what darkness is, though. Also, I still find it really awkward that you can give it, like, these dark incantations. It's really weird that you can give them to the cleric here, who constantly squabbles about, you know, the Golden Order and whatever. But then he readily just teaches you these dark magic things for some reason. I don't know. Hi.
Ah, you appear to be doing well then. That
Yes.
is a work of heresy.
Yeah, you said that for the other one.
Bear no lineage from the Earth Tree. Very well. I'll take it off your hands.
Because when I first did this, right, I thought that it would have some implications. I always thought before I was sort of looking at what he now sold me, I thought that giving him the prayer books essentially would make it so that, although obviously they wouldn't do that, they would have to give you a hint that that might happen. But, you know, at the beginning it felt like he wasn't going to teach me these things. So, especially since he says, I'm going to take it off your hands, that almost sounds like he, you know, he thinks that you're giving him this book to keep safe from everybody else so that nobody learns these incantations. But he's then actually teaching them to you. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of awkward. Okay. Urgent heal, heal quick. I might want to get Cure Poison at some point. Considering that I have been to, well, at least one place that had poison, right? And then I might want to get this one if I'm trying to start fighting a Geel. Although, yeah, no idea if that's actually beneficial to you. Darkness. Creates area of darkness that conceals caster. And that costs 34 FP. Requires 18 faith. What's the use case for that? Incantation of the Two-Finger Servants, who once served as the assassins of the Round Table Hold. Which, yeah, I mean, we already knew that the Two Fingers were a bit lenient on, you know, sort of their own rules, I guess. So they allowed this dark magic, even though apparently it was sort of against their ideals or whatever. But I mean, if they had assassins as well, that's already something that is, yeah. Creates a veil of darkness that conceals the caster. This incantation can be cast while in motion or crouching. The assassins were themselves once tarnished who had strayed from guidance, and they pursued their duty in the darkness that is without grace. Conceals the caster. I mean, wouldn't it still be quite obvious if a cloud of darkness was approaching you? I wonder how this works exactly. Because it sounds, at least, like you'd be able to use this and then just approach enemies without them seeing you. Although I do wonder if that's actually how it works. Because that just seems weird. Is there any kind of interesting information here? So, incantation of the Two-Finger Servants. I mean, I don't think they were called Two-Finger Servants in the past. We knew that there were assassins, but Two-Finger Servants are the assassins of the Round Table Hold. At least according to this, anyway. The assassins were themselves once tarnished, who had strayed from guidance, and they pursued their duty in the darkness that is without grace. I mean, okay. That's not really... is that giving us any, like, information? Not really, right? I mean, yeah, okay, they strike from guidance, but apparently most Tarnished lose guidance anyway. Pursued their duty in the darkness that is without grace. I mean, darkness is without grace, I guess, but that kind of follows what we already knew. You know, at least what the cleric's talking about with the Golden Order and stuff, and this going against that, and yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of want to use this anyway, so getting the 18 faith required for this will be somewhat automatic here.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
He's still, you know, still going on about the Golden Order, even though he knows that we purchased like Black Flame magic. Yeah, I still haven't found the items that are required for further upgrading the spirits. Okay, so I can upgrade this once more to +5. That requires 4 smithing stones too. And then the last upgrade requires 6, right? 130 plus 25. So the interesting thing here is obviously, right, it doesn't sound like too much of an upgrade, but it's an actual, like, it translates directly into damage. It's the interesting part, right? The way the damage is calculated. So this essentially gives you just straight up 7 more damage. Which is pretty cool. And obviously I want to do that. And then we have this as well. So I definitely want to upgrade this. So much smithing stone required. And then we'll now... I'm going to hold off on strengthening this at this point because I want to do the halberd first, I think. And then come back. So as soon as I get, what is it, 2 more smithing stones, 1 from somewhere, I'll come back here and upgrade my halberd to +3. And then attempt that fight against the Dark Knight thing again. Alright, that means right now we only need 690 runes. Okay. So 3 of these are 600, and then let's get 90 from somewhere else. Probably already got, yeah. So 9 of these. Just get way too many of them. I mean, it's still, what's the maximum upgrade? I think something like +15, right? It still seems, I mean, what would the +15 damage be then? 180 or something? It just still seems so little, right? Oh, wait, a +2 only requires 1 Summer Smithing Stone as well? What is this upgrade? Why is this upgrading by so much? 85 to 102? Unless I'm missing something else with the calculation here. Because that is also something that I should probably actually test at some point. Although I really don't want to spend my time testing something. But, I mean, what does this mean? So it was 68 before, now it's 85. Are my bolts now literally dealing 17 damage more compared to before? And how is that, like, the bolts themselves also have damage attributed to them, right? So I actually wonder what that means. I'm going to do the upgrade anyway. So 290, let's sell 1 of these, and what did you know, 6 of these, 3 of these. Oh, wait, never mind. I completely... Oh. Oops. I looked at it the wrong way. That was the Somber Smithing Stone 2. Oh, so these go from, like, Somber Smithing Stone 1 to 2 to 3 right away. Okay. Oh, well. Why not? I think I even have another one. Oh, no, I don't. Oh, well. Okay. Also, if I get 2 more of these, I'll be able to upgrade my weapon to +7 already. It's also interesting. Well, I mean, I desperately need those upgrades. I feel like my damage is just bad. Okay, that's cool though. It probably gives us more ways of dealing with stuff here. So let's check out this area now. And as I said, come back to this Dark Knight once I've upgraded my halberd. I do still have this equipped. So wait, let me check one more thing. Although, wait. Right. So these have 50 physical damage, right? What does that mean? If my crossbow now has 102 and these deal 50, what does that mean in terms of how much damage they actually deal? That's just such a weird calculation, I don't know. I mean, I can just test it. I think, so the normal soldiers, I think, I don't remember exactly, but I think I dealt about 62 damage or something like that to them using the crossbow. So I'm not 100% on that, but I think, I mean, if it's now significantly more, then we can definitely assume a couple of things in terms of how the damage scaling works there, right? But if it's fairly similar, that'll be more difficult. I wish they would tell you that, like, straight up, what that means, right? It's, oh, there's another one of those statues. Cool, so that means there should be a dungeon or something there? Okay. But yeah, it's just like with the normal weapon damage. I feel like it should be more obvious of what's actually happening. Although, once you understand how it works, it actually doesn't seem too far out there, right? I mean, it in a way, ooh, the fuck is going on there? Well, that looks like something we haven't seen yet. And there is another side of grace. I have a feeling they're gonna try and summon something difficult. I mean, there's literally like a rebirth statue here, and you can summon your spirits, yeah, so this is definitely something challenging, I guess. I think I could unlock the Side of Grace first. Why did they place the statue here, if there's the Side of Grace over there? It seems like a bit of overkill. Like, what's the deal here? Why? I mean, I wanted to use the... Let's test the crossbow later. Let's deal with this first. The wolves, and then let's do this if, you know, it actually gives me some advantages. I think... Do you think they're gonna, like, come in with a lot of really difficult to deal with ranged attacks? Because they all look like casters or something. Oh shit. I think that guy already saw me. Or maybe not. Never mind. Oh yeah, he did. Kill me up. Well, they aren't hard to deal with. Though apparently they're, like... Ugh, what the fuck are you? Okay, interesting. What the... Oh, that's a gravity spell. That's quite funny, actually. The way it pulls you towards... Oh, for fuck's sake. Nope. He doesn't have... For a change, he actually doesn't have that much HP. Bye-bye. Huh. Am I still missing one of them? Usually you get this animation of more flasks. Like, what's going on here exactly? This is something we've already seen, right? This looks exactly like when we went down that mine and fought the giant at the end. The ground looked very similar, right? So they're like excavating grace-infused minerals or something? And we don't really have any explanation as to who these guys are. And then this big dude as well. It's also interesting, so they summoned him, but at the same time his body doesn't disappear. Huh. No idea what he's supposed to be. Oh, let me see. Gravity Stone Fan. Oh, those are the... Yeah, I found them as well. That's what they used, right? The normal dudes here. I really like the cool incantation that the big dude did. That is something that's really awesome, I feel like. Because it didn't deal that much damage, right? So the effect was actually... That was cool. Didn't deal that much damage, but pulled you towards him. Almost like being on a leash. Very, very cool effect. I wonder if you can actually farm him for that spell, if he can drop that. Also, do all of these guys have like white blood? Or is that only the giant? I'm calling him a giant. He's not really a giant compared to everything else that we've seen so far. Also, his belt is interesting. Because it looks very similar to the stone crowns that I was talking about earlier, just without the Erdtree amber in it. Interesting. Okay, let's just unlock the Sign of Grace for now. But I don't want to respawn these guys, so... Is that a statue or a person? Also, there's some kind of seal on that tower. That looks pretty awesome, to be honest. I think that's a statue. Okay. Well, let's check this out first. Or, oh, never mind, that's a wolf. Okay. Oh, I thought it was a skull for a moment. Maybe I can try the crossbow on him. It's a normal wolf, though. $189. Is that more than it was before? I don't really... Also, what's going on there in the back? Oh, that's like a wolf pack or something. What's going on with you guys? The hell? They seem really confused. That shouldn't have hit me. Should have been dead. Oh, I can literally kill them with that. Holy shit. So how much damage was I dealing to the wolf? Well, I mean, that's... it's a little bit hard to judge because I don't know what I would have done to him before. It is pretty cool that I'm able to kill them like the normal ones with the crossbow, though. Huh. What is this? Once again, these imps. I wonder if we need another special item for this. Seek 3 wise beasts. Well, I hope the wolf wasn't one of them. Because this sounds like you're supposed to communicate with him or something. Wait, what's this? What is this? Huh? That's a turtle! What are you doing here? Why is there a spirit turtle? Huh? I don't... Can I... Okay. Wait, are you telling me... Is this supposed to be one of them? Maybe they dropped something? Oh wait, no, what? I guess they appeared when we... Try horseback battle? Why? I mean, I don't want to kill them, but at the same time I feel like I'm not gonna find out what's going on here, like, without trying it. Oh. Oops. They're just dead immediately. I mean, well, you can't really interact with them though, right? So killing them is probably the only thing that you're meant to do here, I guess. But wait, I mean, why are 2 of them so close? That seems to be weird. Also, what is the symbol, by the way? Eurydice's rise. Eurydice's? Eurydice's. So there's what is on there? There's like a star, something that could be a sun going down or up. The top almost looks like a samurai helmet or something, but that's very hard to tell. And then there are some birds on the right and left. I mean, I could try and interpret whatever this means. I feel like I could only really speculate about whatever the hell that's supposed to be, though. I wonder if... I wonder if I have to redo killing the turtles if I go too far away. What is this? There's certainly something down there. Also, there is another one of those starlight things up there. Or, not starlight, but the sundial. Which probably has another one of those FP restoring items in front of it, I feel like. That one. Let's grab that. I wonder why this item has a purple glow to it. Because, I mean, yes, restoring your FP is good, but at the same time, Once again, interesting choice. Okay, not necessarily anything else over here. So I feel like whatever we seek is probably in that pool of water down there. And again, I wish that they wouldn't make you kill quite so many animals to get more thin beast bones. I feel like that's a bit unnecessary. Not that I mean, these are video game animals, right? But still, it's not even about them being animals. I just really dislike having to kill things that aren't hostile towards me. You know, can be animals, can be humans, whatever. I don't really like doing that in games. I very rarely play, like, even though in this case I am sort of playing an assassin, but I'd imagine that whatever or whoever I would be assassinating are people that kind of deserve it, right? You know what I mean? So I really don't want to kill, well, humans or whatever who don't necessarily deserve to be killed. So, bottom line is, I wish they would just drop more thin beast bones. I feel like that, especially considering what it's used for in crafting, I feel like the fact that thin beast bones are kind of a, well, not really rare drop, but there only seems to be about a 20% chance or something, 25 maybe, that beasts or animals actually drop them, so... Attacking required? Ooh, that's a weird shadow. Oh! The seal on the rise opened. Well, that was not really spectacular. Wait. Huh? Why could I see the first two, but not this one? How does that work? Well, this was an underwhelming puzzle. Okay. Sure, I guess. Oh, we can still go over there, though. That looks quite interesting. I kind of wish there would have been more to this, to be completely honest, but, also, they tell you to seek 3 wise beasts. So these turtles were wise, then. Why do you have to kill them in order to get whatever you want out of them? That's just cruel. Oh, I like the rain sound. Okay, so this seems to be some kind of scholar or astronomer tower? Scholar tower, maybe? Because this looks like somebody's been conducting research here, right? There are some crystals, some kind of globe star chart device, a scroll, or well, whatever that is. So interestingly, this statue here. Well, first of all, there are no leaves or something attached to it. So that imagery that we've seen so often thus far is not here. No idea if that has some significance, though. And it still has its hands. Though that might be down to the fact that the entrance was sealed, and whoever cut off the hands of all the other statues maybe wasn't able to reach this place. And then... this is a picture of the tower, right? Although, wait, is that the tower we're in? Because it already looks destroyed on the picture for some reason. Whereas you would think that a picture would display maybe the actual tower while it was still standing, I guess. I wonder if there's an enemy up here, because this seems to be quite the small place to fight somebody in. More research, big bookcase. That almost likes that looks strange, right? That almost looks like they were able to... Although, does it? I was thinking about that maybe they were able to close the floor, but... Why did they design it that way? It certainly does look like it's supposed to be almost like there's something that usually rests on that. Maybe this place had some kind of elevator at some point. Okay. Staircase on the outside. Wonder if there's something here. Nope. No secret item on the other side. Guess I can swap back to my shield. Ooh. That's some strong imagery, though. Turning the corner, seeing the oak tree. Ah. Well, that's a treasure chest. Hello. I like the carpets on the floor. Same picture. And those are a lot of different, like, minerals and stones. I think I even see some mushrooms in there. Yeah, definitely some kind of alchemist or, well, definitely some kind of scholar that resided in this tower. Well, I mean, judging by the name, it was probably Eurydice, or Eurydice, or Rydesai? No idea how that name could be pronounced. I guess that was his or her place. No trap this time. And we get a memory stone. Well, that's cool. Well, considering that I want to get more into this black magic or black flame magic kind of stuff, it's pretty cool that we get a memory stone here. Also, that definitely fits the place, right? I don't know. I feel like... So first of all, the puzzle to get in here was dumb. I'm sorry. But that was... Honestly, I wouldn't have expected that to be part of a FromSoft game. I mean, that was even easier than some of the easiest puzzles in, like, Uncharted 1 or something, right? This was insultingly easy. So, right? It doesn't really make any sort of sense, is my point. No scholar who actually, is proud in his work would ever come up with as simple of a puzzle as this to protect his sort of secret research area, or not necessarily secret, but his research in general. Yeah. So that's quite underwhelming, to be honest. And then something that So, again, I do like the way FromSoft is telling stories. The basic idea of it. I just think that they're very, very bad at actually delivering on that sort of promise. Any other open world game would have a note here that explained why this tower exists, who it was that sat in it. And again, arguably, a lot of RPGs or games in general, those notes never seem quite realistic, right? They never seem like they were actually logically written by the person who supposedly wrote them, but rather they were written specifically for the player to find out what this place was about, right? So, in that sense, I often also kind of dislike what RPGs are usually doing with these things, because the notes just never really seem that realistic, right? Because they always seem like they're purposely written in a specific way to teach the player about what they just found. That's great because you then know what this place was about, but it's completely unrealistic, right? So I would actually like if there was a note that, just a random note, right? Let's say this scholar had a correspondent at another place and they were exchanging their research, right? You could write that convincingly in a way where it honestly sounds like they were talking to each other, but you as the player can still draw information out from it, right? So that would, at least in my opinion, sort of be the best way to deal with this. This is certainly the worst way, because now we literally know absolutely nothing, right? And the memory stone is just, quote-unquote, a generic item that just exists to enhance your attunement slots, essentially. And unfortunately, FromSoft doesn't do enough here with environmental storytelling to really tell you anything about this. And again, the only way this place could have been better is if the puzzle to get in here would have actually been good, but it wasn't either. So, I hate to say it, but this was probably one of the worst things that I've ever seen in terms of like open world design. To be quite honest, the place looks very cool though. I mean, the visuals are cool, it's just everything else is bad. Well, that's unfortunate, I guess. At least we got a good item out of it. It's the only redeeming quality here. Okay. Why are they doing that? I mean, it felt like, you know, when I was exiting sort of the boss area, I feel like, you know, this wasn't as, how do I put it? This wasn't as prevalent as it seems to be here. That's a weird thing. Like, why are they moving shadows? Or rather, the light source in the sky, I guess, when you're exiting or entering a place. Is that just an oversight? Or is there some significance to it? I've never seen something like this in a game. I mean, sure, some games, especially older ones that still struggle with sort of loading a big open world or something, right? They would certainly use like tricks and, I mean, big shadows like these that were cast by some giant light source in the sky were pretty uncommon back then anyway, right? Or at least they were sort of faked or really only appeared when you were really close to something. But what's happening here? Like, are they using? But it seems so smooth as well. That's what's kind of weird to me. Like, if they would swap, for example, the light source that they're loading in, right? If while you're inside they're using like some sort of way to improve the performance of something and unload something like another light source or something, then this would maybe make more sense. But this seems weird. Why is there such a smooth animation for shadows? Also, it almost seems like they now it's way less movement, right? That is just weird. And it's yet another really, really like easy to see thing, right? Like that would be something, at least I would probably fix something like that as a top priority after QA testing, right? Because that's just awkward and weird. Oh, don't tell me once again we can't enter these structures. I was really looking forward to that. Although, what is this saying? Try down. Huh? It's going on there? That's one of those lizard men, but it seems like a bigger one. I mean, we'll return to this area at some point anyway, but... Huh. That seems very brutal. They actually constantly keep killing the people they've already killed. But yeah, I don't think there is a way for you to get up here, right? Or maybe... Never mind. I think I should have done this on the other tower. Maybe I was... in this case, I was actually unfair towards the game, I think. Yeah, so you're meant to go up here. A warming stone ×2. What the hell is that? I did not expect there... I honestly, from the outside, it looked like, you know... Like maybe you would be able to come here, but it wasn't actually meant to be done. But now you know, this is actually pretty impressive. Because they're almost subverting your expectations here, right? And the fact that you can only do it with the double jump of your horse even makes it more special. Use FP to continuously heal nearby allies. Oh. Ruin fragment, blessed with an incantation of the 2 fingers. Craftable item. Oh, so finally, if I find the crafting recipe for this, that'll give me more actual means or actual uses for the ruin fragments. That's interesting. Use FP to generate warmth, continuously restoring the HP of those nearby. Although obviously the usability of this depends on how much FP it actually uses up. I wonder, so these things should technically also be usable on your spirits that you summoned, right? It said that the Earth Tree was once as warm as the gentle sun, and would gradually heal all who bathed in its rays. What is that supposed to mean? So the Earth Tree, but I mean, the sun exists as well in this world. There is a sun, so interesting. But yeah, I wonder if it works on your own summoned spirits. Because if this is only for actual... I mean... Okay, now I'm thinking. If you were to essentially... If you can craft this thing, right? If you find the crafting recipe for this, depending on how hard it is to craft, but you can technically get... Oh, okay, so you can only hold 10. Oh, it says cost 20, okay. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. It's limited by FP, right? Because I was thinking, what if you could sort of... Like that warrior lady, right? That you can summon for the Godric fight? What if you could just take 99 of these? I mean, obviously you can't, right? And if they wouldn't cost FP, you could just continuously heal her and let her fight Godric. And you just stand in the back healing her. Although it would be, again, considering this is an open world game, I wonder if you could actually sort of play it as a healer. Let the NPC tank and you just heal them. I wonder if that's a viable playstyle. I mean, if these items exist, that might mean that other healing items like these exist as well. I mean, haven't we already also found... I think I also found at some point something that heals other people as well, although I'm not that... I don't know what that might have been, but I'm pretty sure that I saw something that could also heal multiple people. Also, what is he doing here? Did he just die while he was on his watch or something? Great turtle shell. The fuck? That's a shield! Okay, that looks funny. Great turtle shell. 14 strength. 100% physical damage negation. Barricade shield. Shield fashioned from a great turtle shell. The natural curve helps it contend with foes' attacks. The turtle is a symbol of tirelessness, and this shield boosts stamina recovery speed. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to write down the thing about the Erdtree. Turtle... Okay, turtle is a symbol of tirelessness. Interesting that you find it next to the tower that requires you to kill 3 spirit turtles in order to enter. That might be accidental, though. Turtle symbol of tirelessness, okay. Okay. Barricade shield. Skill made famous by Sir Neidhard. Yet another name we haven't heard. Okay, focus your energy into the shield, temporarily hardening it to deflect greater blows. Okay. Sir Neidhard. What the fuck is up with all of these names? Okay. Yeah, so what was it with the thing about the stone and the Erdtree being supposedly a sun? It said that the Erdtree was once as warm as the gentle sun. Was once as warm as the gentle sun. Maybe that's a hint as to why. I mean, it looks kind of ghostly now, right? The Erdtree. It's still glowing a lot, but it does have this ghostly feeling about it. So I wonder if this refers to the days where it maybe was an actual tree. Not that it's still like it's still kind of a tree, but you know what I mean, right? It seems sort of as if it's slowly losing its power or something. I don't think there is any reason to jump down there, though. At least it doesn't look like it. My 2 runes are still lying there. Okay, I guess. Okay. Whoop. Well, yeah, now I kind of want to go back to the other tower that I went to earlier. It was at the gate here. You have to sort of go this way and then go to the gate, and there is a tower there as well. And there was a message at a place where I thought that I wasn't able to get to, and I was wondering how the message got there, so yeah, I think I found the solution. Probably should have used my horse there as well. Okay. Well, let's check out the rest of this area, though. There was still... Oh. I thought that one dog was alive. He just died in an awkward way. There was definitely a statue leading you to another dungeon or whatever. So yeah, one thing that I think my crossbow actually does deal quite a lot more damage now. It's definitely a viable ranged weapon. And there is a lot of these gravestones here. I mean, that probably leads you towards the dungeon place, right? This area in general is kind of weird, right? So, they were clearly... Although... That's what I find so weird about this place. Were they digging this stuff up? Or were they trying to do some... considering that they were doing some sort of incantation, I wonder if they... I don't think they were digging this stuff up. I think they were, like, digging these holes in the ground and placed these grace-containing minerals or whatever they are in here to maybe facilitate their summoning? Although, why would you need to place them, like, in the ground like that? Couldn't they just, I don't know, put it down somewhere and then summon something from that point? Why bury it if you're not actually burying it? I guess. Okay, so definitely we need to check out this path that leads down towards the gravestone area. Nothing on these runes. Runes. Now I'm calling them runes. They're ruins, not runes. I don't think... Is this statue... Although, yeah, it might be. I was wondering whether or not the statue actually points towards wherever those gravestones lead you, but I think it does. Another one of these guys. Time for sleep. Why are they always... I mean, I get that they might have been scholars that try to, I don't know, work here on some research. I'm just confused as to why they took the chairs with them wherever they went. Oh, hey, another one. Well, maybe we need that for whatever dungeon is here. Great. So these feather things, they always drop. Maybe there's some other way to get onto the towers as well? I mean, if you jumped from there or something? Now I'm wondering, because I was suddenly able to access... You know, oh, that actually looks pretty far away, even though it's fairly close. You know, now that we were able to access that tower, I'm kind of wondering if there's another way to get to these. Although, certainly not the front two ones, right? Maybe the back two ones, if you kind of try to jump over there. Weird. I want to know what's in them. Okay, yeah. And this thing seems to point towards the, probably what'll be the entrance to Guide and... Yeah, it does. Guide and Gatekeeper for those returning to the roots. This is kind of an awkward thing, right? If you hadn't seen those gravestones over there in the first place, the fact that he's just pointing into the ground, I don't know. Kind of weird. Oh, that's the giant piece of ruin that's laying over the path. Right. Okay. Let's see. So, I definitely do want to take a lunch break today as well. So maybe once we see where this leads us, I'm going to take a break, or maybe I'm taking a break after we've cleared it, but you know, you never know how long they actually are. This looks awesome though. Oh, hi. Why are there so many of these giant gravestones here? Well, I mean... The problem is we don't really know who or what was associated with these old ruins, right? We haven't really heard anything about that, to be honest. So we can't really tell who might have put these up. Oh, nice. Hi, Trina's Lily. Still haven't really found any crafting recipes for it, but I mean, I guess at least we have a lot once we find them. Oh, sorry. So with places like these, I'm always a little bit confused. What are they meant to represent? So there are all these giant gravestones, right? Those are clearly from a different sort of time period, or if not time period, then clearly from, well, huge giants, right? And we found like one of them already. These could be, well, technically they could be connected to those huge giants that we also found on the White Bridge, right? So maybe they had a graveyard here or whatever. Okay, so far so good. But then you approach this door, and this one's clearly built by somebody else, right? Because it's much smaller. It's definitely not connected to whoever put up these gravestones. So now you wonder, well, why is there a door here? I mean, there isn't even really any kind of other structure. There's the bridge over there, but that's a bit further away, so somebody, for whatever reason, decided to put this here. I don't know. I mean, you know, logically, I guess the best explanation here would be that maybe, maybe people were trying to excavate stuff about these gravestones, but then why place a door here? I don't know. It's just a bit strange, is all, right? But considering that we also have absolutely no idea what might have come first. I mean, technically, this place also could have come first, although I don't think it did, but whatever. Okay. Impaler's Catacombs. Impaler. Well, that sounds fairly generic, to be honest. I like the sound, it's just a bit... it's always the same, right? Like the, I mean the score, not the sound. Oh, hi. Well, that wasn't really a good ambush, my little dude. Should have waited a bit longer. I mean, these catacombs always have the same look to them, though. Well, they literally just might have built them here because they thought that it looked cool or something. I mean, they... Clearly, whoever built these catacombs, there was some specific purpose to them, right? I mean, there had to have been. So, for whatever reason, they wanted to have catacombs like this. Possibly to prepare for when Tarnish would rise again. Something like that. Maybe they were looking for a place to build another one of these, and because this site was already used by, well, ancient giants or whatever as a gravesite as well, they decided, oh hey, well, if they used it, then let us use it as well, for sort of the same purpose. That might certainly be an explanation for this. Ooh, I almost fell down. Ooh. Once again, this place looks quite large. I actually like that as well, right? What's the deal with you? Why didn't you just wait? He's a very eager little fellow, isn't he? But yeah, I mean, I do very much like that they sort of start you off. So not the very first, obviously you can't actually enter the fog at the start of the game, right? Because you don't have the Stormward keys. But the sort of first, Grave Violets. The first 2 dungeons, I feel like. So I'm talking about, let me see, these 2. The Stormfoot Catacombs and the Groveside Cave. They're both fairly small. This one as well, the Coastal Cave. Although this does lead to this island, so this one's a bit special in that regard. But these 2 are more or less probably the first 2 dungeons a lot of people will enter. And they're actually quite small, right? And I like that. The way they're starting you off, right? And then clearly these things get a lot larger later on. So that's a pretty cool way of designing these, I feel like. Although once again, okay, so once again we have this door here. That's, yeah. This is reminding me way too much of Chalice Dungeons. I don't like that. So they're, like, I don't know. I mean, clearly, like, the reason they look the same, obviously, points to the fact that they were built by the same people, right? That makes sense. And it also makes sense that if they were built by the same people, that they look very similar. All right. It even makes sense that they all have this sort of door, right? Because behind it, I'd assume, is probably something akin to the fact that or akin to what we found last time behind it, which is that it feels like these places were potentially meant as a sort of site of sacrifice. So people could go here and essentially sacrifice themselves to the tree roots, right? Judging by what we found last time. So it does make sense that they would all sort of contain a similar looking area. I just don't like that it looks exactly the same. Like, it's exactly the same room, exactly the same door, exactly the same statues placed exactly the same way, with probably exactly the same mechanism behind it, that you go through this dungeon, you find the switch somewhere, and this thing opens. Yeah, that is... nope. Sorry, but that's very generic open world design. I feel like they could have done a better job with this. Also, why do these things drop down so early? Aren't they meant as some sort of trap? But they just, like, they're very eager little fellows. They always attack you right away instead of waiting for you to actually approach them. I have a feeling, yeah, I thought as much. They're kind of predictable. Oh, shit. Didn't think his follow-up attack would be quite that fast. Although, once again, like, they certainly... They're doing some cool stuff here. So these bars, we haven't seen them before. So now I'm wondering what they represent. Did they try to lock in the people that were... But didn't they, like, put dead people here? Why would they have to use bars then? I mean, this is certainly like a design element that we haven't seen so far connected to these types of ruins. It's just, yeah, I really wish they wouldn't look quite so similar all the time. Grave Bluff Word. Also, this thing is like growing out of the body, but or out of the grave, skeleton, coffin, whatever. I don't necessarily think this has any significance, though. I mean, flowers just tend to grow in places like that. Okay. That looks like a dead end, doesn't it? Probably continues this way. Oh, hi. There you are. I heard him. Okay. Yeah, they have this like twofold attack. I don't think it does like another follow-up. There's just one guy here. Seems like it. What are all these messages about? Still no item. By the way, praise the message. And they do that quite a lot actually in Elden Ring. Where they have dead ends without items. I mean, yeah, well, you get materials, but guess you just really have to get used to the fact that this is more of an open world game in terms of item discovery, I guess. Is this a boss already? Do I want to use my FP flask? Oh! Oh! Okay. It's not a boss. It's a moving floor that kills you. Well, that's... I did not see that. Holy shit. Okay. That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Right? I mean, that is certainly something FromSoft does in this game quite a lot. Where they sort of... They introduce you to a certain concept, or they make it look like, oh yeah, this place is very similar. I've already seen this store, right? I've seen these enemies, blah, blah, blah. And then they have a room like this. Holy shit. Well, clearly a lot of people perished here. Okay, so... I think... we probably have to activate it and then sort of slip below it. So it moves up, right? Ooh, wait, how's this supposed... Wait, huh? Wait, am I... What? Am I missing something here? I mean, this is a safe spot, but beyond that... is there a way to maybe not touch the ground or something? I want to go home. Ah, death. Because there's no door, other than the one we came in from. Can I sprint over there? It felt like I wasn't... Oh yeah, okay, you can. But then... Wait, can you actually? I mean, I can drop down, I guess I have to. I almost thought that it would just come down all the way and kill you anyways. Ooh, and now we have moving skeletons or something. Offer hold. Well. And also this design element is completely new. These, like... sewer-looking things in the same place? It's interesting. Why would a catacomb like this need a sewer? Ooh, they're actually quite strong. Oh, well, not really, I guess. They're very slow, though. And they're staying dead, interestingly enough. Or not. What's he doing? Looks like he's in pain. Are these guys, like, passive? I don't think they are. Are they? No, they're not. Ooh. What's up with you guys? I have something, right? I am remembering a kind of something that sort of talked about things staying dead. Prattling paid, please help. Okay, that's another one of those that, like, talks and says something when you use it. What's the deal with these guys, though? So they're fairly passive. They're, like, you can, I guess, try and keep them at a distance. But you also can't defeat them. There has to be a way to deal with them. Whoa! Well, there's quite a lot of them here. Root resin. They're really scary in a way. At least, you know, because they're kind of slow-walking zombies in a good way, right? Where you never quite know, well, are they attacking? Are they not attacking? What's their deal? What are they doing? Are they, like, what do they want from me, right? I do wonder, though. I mean, you do need to watch out to not let them overwhelm you, though. I wonder if you could use this place to farm runes. If you had a stronger weapon or something, or a way to deal with them. Oh, for a second there I thought they were actually able to climb up the ladder, but no, they're not. Okay. So this opens the way to the boss. Well, that's cool. Somewhere a heavy door has opened. Oh, great for the info. Great for the info. Thanks for the info. Oh, no, that's a spirit. Okay, didn't I feel like something gave me a hint. Last one. Well, this is certainly not it. I feel like I found something. Golf armament. I mean, Black Flames didn't really do anything either, right? Oh, I completely forgot about this effect. After dealing damage, it continues to sap foes' HP for a very short time. Okay. So it has like a dot effect on it. Didn't really seem to be too much though. But yeah, now I wonder what kind of thing talked about that. I definitely remember there being a hint towards how you can kill undead things. Ah, right, it's this one. Highly effective against those who live in death, even preventing them from rising again. Okay. So maybe I mean, I don't really want to go down there again, but holy damage seems to be the way to go. I mean, I don't have a weapon, though, that has it. So I would have to craft these cracked pots for these guys. I guess that's... I mean, it would be very cool if that's the actual way of keeping them... keeping them dead. Well, this is actually the first guy that properly ambushed me. Which is kind of a cool thing as well. All of the other ones attack you so early that you kind of don't expect them to ever really ambush you, and then one of them actually does. That's very cool. Okay, this is the end of the dungeon, actually, I think. This little window here should bring me back to the entrance, right? Or rather, well, where the door is, yeah. Okay. Um, I mean, the problem is, I feel like one of those cracked holy pots is not gonna kill them right away. So testing that doesn't necessarily do that much. Let me see, though. I mean, if it deals a lot of damage, at least that'll tell me that it does help. Let's see, and we can always climb back up. Hi. Nope. That's actually doing nothing. Strange. Yeah, I wonder, I mean, well, certainly I could just, if I get a lot of them, maybe it'll work, but... Oh, I can't craft since I'm still in combat. Okay. Yeah, this leads to the boss. I wonder if... I wonder what the boss will be. If it's going to be similar to... Oh, I can't craft these anymore? Oh, they require the sunflowers. Yeah, yeah. Those have been, at least so far, those sunflowers have actually been quite rare. Also, let me craft a couple more of these. Now that I can. But yeah, the sunflowers have been fairly rare, although obviously you can farm them if you know their location. If there's one close to a site of grace, you should be able to farm them. I wonder if... I mean... Hopefully there's going to be a point where we can actually test that in the future, but at least judging by the description, technically the holy damage should be able to kill them permanently. Otherwise I would be severely disappointed. Okay. I am taking my lunch break now, though. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, but I really want to do that because, I mean, I don't know how strong the boss is. I feel like it's probably not going to be overly difficult. But, yeah, I kind of want to spend my runes. I kind of want to... Can I level? Let me see. I have quite a lot of these things. 2,000. How much do I need to level? 6,6. So 4,6 in general. Okay. Should be able to do that. Considering that we got another attunement slot, right, with 18 faith, I think instead of leveling... So, I think what I want to do here, I want to actually get my faith to 20 and purchase the darkness spell and the black flame fire bolt. No, not fire bolt, but whatever. The black flame, the other black flame thing, right? That requires 20 faith. And then from there on, I'm actually going to level a couple of other attributes, I feel like. 20 faith is going to be enough for now. Because I really don't want to invest into that seal that requires 27 faith, where I'm not quite sure how much it actually boosts black flame stuff, right? So I just want to go for 20 faith, because that's some really cool shit that I can unlock there and buy. And that will, you know, cost me more runes than I want to spend anyway, because I need to spend, I think, 10,000 runes to even get the 2 incantations, and then, well, I also need to level 3 more times to get the faith to 20, so that already is, what 30,000 runes or something? Yeah. So that'll require a little bit of time anyways. And then after that, well, that's going to be a bit more complicated. I think I definitely want to invest into Vigor a little bit. If I have 20 faith, I probably want to get at least 16 Vigor until I level up something else. And then potentially at least one other point in mind to get a little bit more FP, although FP isn't that much of an issue, because technically you could just swap over the flasks as well if I really wanted to get more of it. But yeah, I think That's what I want to go for right now. Let me see. Inventory. See how many that gives. Okay. Ooh, that was the 1/6. Honestly, now I don't know. 4/8. What was it? 6/6 or something, right? I mean, should be enough. Yeah. So 1,000 and a little bit. 1,000, so that's 2 of these. And 1 of the basic ones. And I already rested at the site of grace, right? Which means this little fellow... Wait, did I? Maybe I didn't. I thought I did. I mean, I could have literally just used 1 more of those basic runes. Wait, is he not? Oh yeah, he is. Okay. Oh, I forgot that the other one was... Huh. Oh well. Still find it awkward that the Sites of Grace just literally respawn all the materials in an area. That's certainly an interesting game design decision. Okay, let's get 1 more point in faith. And then get the darkness spell. That was like, what, 3,500, I think? That should be easy enough to get. Okay. Nice. Oh, yeah, I completely forgot that he was right here at the beginning. Also, I should use a guard break attack against him. What am I even doing here? He's clearly bouncing back from his shield. Hi. Hello there. Wait. These weird things. They're always around these old ruins, right? Specifically these old gravestones. They always exist in these kinds of areas. That's rather interesting. Oh well, whatever. I'm going to take a lunch break now. I'll be back. Well, I think I scheduled the next stream in about 45 minutes. That's gonna cut it very close. This stream should have ended 45 minutes ago, but then again, it also started 30 minutes late, so, you know, whatever. But yeah, I'll be back in about an hour, hopefully, something like that, and then stream a little bit more Elden Ring. Sadly, I can't stream too long today, because I also have Raid later on in 14. So, the second stream today is also going to be, well, about as long as this one. So hopefully during that we'll be able to find out more about the Weeping Peninsula here. I'm really liking this place so far. It has a really cool design to it, a lot of cool enemies. The horse dude, well, certainly struggles from the horse combat, having a bunch of problems, but we'll get through it, right? We'll upgrade the halberd and then hopefully be able to fight that guy more quickly. Hopefully also be able to deal with whatever this dungeon here throws at us. And then at least judging by the map, there is a lot more cool stuff to come here. And then we have to find at least, you know, at the very end of it, we have to find some way to get past that giant without him blasting our head off from a distance. So that's going to be fun as well. But yeah, I hope you had a great time. I certainly did. I hope you're having a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. And I hope to see you I hope to see you back on the next one, which again is going to be in about 60 to 90 minutes. Something like that. Alright. Have a great rest of your day. Until then, bye-bye!